Honourable Deputy Speaker.
Let us pray. Almighty God, where you have called us to govern this province, I'm going to begin again. Thank you very much. Almighty God, where you have called us to govern this province, we ask your help to make decisions and laws that will be just and will promote the interests of our people. Almagtige God, ons bid dat u gedurende ons vergaderings ons die nodighede wysheid sal gee en ons motiewe suiwer sal hou en dat u ons sal help om ons tekortkominge te oorkom en al ons besluite aan u op te dra. Sikelele ilizwe letu nabantu balo omisele ukulungu kwipondo letu nkosi sikelele I Afrika klina abantwana bayo kokele inkokeli zayo yenike ukolo I Afrika. All this we beg in your holy name. Amen. Order, members. Honourable members, welcome today. As you can see, we have a hybrid system that is actually happening for the sitting of the House today. I trust that everybody is connected and is participating with ease to the sitting of the Western Cape Provincial Parliament. Just a reminder that all your privileges and immunities as are in the House are imparted by law. And please may I ask that if you are not speaking, that all your microphones have been muted. We now move over to the first item on the order paper, and that is the motion in the name of Honourable Mitchell. I recognise the Deputy Chief Whip.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Speaker, I move the motion as printed on the order paper in my name for consideration and adoption by the House.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Are there any objections to the motion?
No.
No objections? Agreed to. Thank you very much. We then move, I recognise now the Chief Whip.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Notwithstanding the provisions of Rule 21, I move that precedence be given to the subject for discussion as printed on the order paper in the name of Honourable Mackenzie.
Thank you, Honourable Chief Whip. Are there any objections to the motion being moved without notice? No objections? Agreed to. I now call on, we will now deal with the subject for discussion in the name of Honourable Mackenzie as printed on the order paper. I recognise Honourable Mackenzie. My apologies.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker, Honourable members inside the House and on the virtual sitting. Honourable members, it is widely speculated that unemployment could escalate to a peak of 50% by the end of this year. Furthermore, it is estimated that 160,000 people have lost their jobs in the Western Cape, and the number of jobs lost in the country could be as high as 3 million. Over 55% of those who have lost their jobs are in the lowest 10% of our economy. Many represent women of color, further demonstrating that the unduly extended lockdown and draconian measures by national government magnified and worsened the systematic inequalities of our economic landscape. Speaker, these draconian measures have cost South Africans dearly in jobs, taking bread off the table for far too many families. An example is the labor-intensive wine industry, which has suffered a 7.5 billion loss of revenue in only 14 weeks, equating to a potential 25,000 job losses. In the space of less than 4 weeks, central government went from declaring the industry non-essential to then permitting harvesting and then banning transport, even for export purposes. It is this kind of inconsistency derived from vested political interests to enrich ANC cadres that ultimately results in a lack of business confidence in South Africa. That in turn leads to a loss of revenue and finally an inability of employers to pay workers. Poor and inconsistent policy ruins a breadbasket, Deputy Speaker. We have to debate how these measures were worsened by the recurrence of the notorious load shedding as surprise level 3, but most importantly, this debate has to offer hope and restore dignity to the people in the Western Cape. Initially, as a country, we supported the hard lockdown. But what the ANC government did under the undue extension of the hardest lockdown in a power-drunk state served only to decimate far too many businesses and plunder the employment rate. Speaker, I therefore have to quote the Commissioner for Human Rights, Michelle Bachelet, and I said, quote, "Respect for people's rights, including economic, social, and cultural rights, were fundamental to the success of the public health response and recovery from the pandemic," close quote. Deputy Speaker, the ANC failed miserably at the above. And sadly, whilst all the above was happening, job losses, massive unemployment, business closures, not one honourable member of the ANC in this parliament deplored this or condemning this blatant acts and the decimation of jobs. In fact, many of them went out of the way and asked for intervention for the Western Cape by national ministers, who we all know are only interested in tender for friends than in sorting out the high unemployment in this country. Deputy Speaker, load shedding is not a natural phenomenon. And while South Africans were battling under the unreliable, inconsistent, and unrealistic measures, the ANC brought back the self-made crisis and makes the desperate situation far worse. But here in the Western Cape, we use the lockdown for what it was meant to be, and have already realigned our vision to speak to the needs of restoring livelihoods and supporting small businesses. Speaker, just as the Western Cape fought COVID-19 alone, we're still waiting for the billions from the President. So we will do the same against the second pandemic of unemployment and poverty. And we will do this with dignity and hope with our partners, which is civil society, the private sector and public sector, communities and individuals alike. Today, I hope this debate will inspire the reprioritization of plans to save business ventures, jobs, and the economy, and restore the dignity of people in the Western Cape. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I now recognise Honourable Baku Force.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Speaker, the devastation impact of COVID-19 on health and economy is known to all. It has exposed the fundamental structural challenges facing our country, particularly the distinct economy realities, a poor one of black majority and the rich one for whites. The COVID-19 infection rate followed this pattern. The hotspots were all in the poor communities, while in the affluent areas with best healthcare facilities were spared. It is therefore correct that the outbreak highlighted the very high levels of inequality as well as the deeply ingrained dimension of poverty. Income, asset and access to basic services, all of which are defined in terms of race, gender, age, and geographic location. This is addressed in the national government 3 stages of response to COVID-19 pandemic. The first stage was mainly about containing the spread of the virus through various measures, including the nationwide lockdown and rigorous testing and tracking, which the Western Cape failed to do for several months. The second stage focused on relief and support to household and business in distress. In this stage, the government announced 500 billion social and economic support package for household and businesses, which included a special 20 billion COVID-19 health budget, 50 billion for expanded social grants, distribution of food parcels, additional funds to municipalities to improve service delivery, as well as government-backed loan guarantee scheme for businesses in distress. This also included the temporary employee relief scheme payouts. This has been halted temporarily due to Auditor General's preliminary audit of payments to companies. While additional funds were made available to improve service delivery, it is said that the provincial government failed to densify the densely populated informal settlement, which was highlighted as major risk to accelerate community transmission. The third stage focuses on the development and implementation of an economic reconstruction, growth and transformation plan. The objectives of this plan are well captured in President Cyril Ramaphosa's words when he said, "Our economic strategy going forward will require a new social compact among all roles players, business, labor, community, and government to restructure the economy and achieve inclusive growth." Speaker, it is important to note that the DA has always supported the national government 3 stages to save lives and to protect livelihoods. It is on record in April welcoming the President's announcement of phased lifting of lockdown restrictions. The DA is only angry because it wanted to follow an unscientific approach of ending the lockdown when the country was still approaching its peak. It is the same thing they did in the Western Cape, which resulted in the province being the epicenter. I hope it becomes clear that the national government efforts to prevent the spread of infection were not draconian. What is draconian, however, is nepotism and cronyism that is deeply entrenched in the DA-led provincial government. While thousands has lost jobs in the province, the son of MEC Mayor Ivan Mayer Jr. was employed as an assistant director in the Department of Local Government during the lockdown period. We call on Premier to investigate this appointment immediately and make its findings public. I thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. I now recognise Minister Fernandes.
Honourable Deputy Speaker, Honourable Premier, Honourable Members. Before I begin my input, I must though comment on the nepotism, cronyism and talk to the fact how a national government is plundering using PPE, and we really have a case of the pot calling the kettle black. So, Honourable Deputy Speaker, the draconian measures implemented by the ANC national government is indeed placing immense pressure, not only on our economy, but directly affecting lives and livelihoods. It is no secret that South Africa was in a dire economic state before the COVID-19 pandemic. This has been exacerbated by the blatant corruption we see that is taking place on a grand scale daily. Honourable Deputy Speaker, many citizens have lost faith in the ANC government as they have not only enabled plundering of the public purse, but have also robbed millions of South Africans of their jobs and livelihoods in the process. Job losses as a result of the hard and protracted lockdown still increases daily. National departments are in disarray, and citizens are frustrated by the irrational flip-flopping. Confusion reigns as gazetted directions contradict the Premier's addresses to the nation. According to the findings from the National Income Dynamics Coronavirus Rapid Mobile Survey released in mid-July, it is estimated that 3 million South Africans have lost their jobs during the nationwide lockdown, with an additional 1.5 million workers who have lost their income as a result of this lockdown. Honourable Deputy Speaker, the social sector has also felt the impact of these draconian, irrational measures. Our ECD sector is bleeding. Thousands of jobs have been lost, and sadly, it is mostly women who are affected. Instead of providing much needed funding to ECD centres and programs that are in financial turmoil, the ANC national government announced on the 30th of July this year that 1.3 billion rand from the economic stimulus package would be used to employ 36,000 youth compliance monitors for ECD programs. This whilst thousands of ECDs across the country are struggling to keep their doors open. What is the point of employing compliance officers when there won't be any ECD programs to monitor, as ECDs are struggling to recuperate funds from parents who are struggling financially or parents who have lost their income as a consequence of the pandemic? I would urge the National Minister to reconsider this decision and rather use the funds to support ECDs with operational costs and other measures. Deputy Speaker, I fear that job losses we are experiencing across many sectors will increase the demand for social services, especially psychosocial support. Lives and livelihoods are threatened further by the inability of entities such as SASSA that continually fail to meet their mandate. They have failed in providing social relief of distress grants and disability grants to millions of vulnerable citizens throughout this period. The pool of vulnerable citizens is growing at an alarming rate, and we face an even worse humanitarian pandemic, that of poverty and unemployment. And to add insult to injury, Deputy Speaker, the impact of rolling blackouts has dire consequences for our economy and the social sector. Although the failure of the ANC national government has amplified the many challenges facing our society, all hope is not lost. As a government and as a department, we have remained steadfast in restoring hope and dignity to the people of our province during this testing time. Albeit that our ability to provide social services are being pushed to the limit, we continue to support the most vulnerable where we can. Where the ANC national government has failed to provide financial support to many of our sectors, we have stepped up. This despite the many promises of this province receiving funding, which we have yet to receive. We have made a series of budget reallocations to mitigate against the draconian measures implemented by our national government. Where SASSA has failed to provide social relief, we stepped in and went above and beyond our mandate and provided food parcels. Where national DSD failed to assist our ECD sector, we stepped in and reallocated funding to ensure that registered ECDs could reopen whilst abiding by the COVID-19 health and safety protocols. We have continued to provide psychosocial support to those who are being psychologically impacted by the pandemic. We have continued to provide funding and assistance to old age homes. Although it is a lockdown period, we have remained committed to ensuring our NPO partners continue to receive support from DSD. We have recorded a 98% payment rate, which far outstrips to our NPOs, which far outstrips any other province. In conclusion, Honourable Deputy Speaker, we would not be able to deliver the service that we do to the many vulnerable people of this province without the support of our NPO partners who are on the ground, providing services to the most vulnerable. There are also many NGOs, private sector donors, religious organizations, and CBOs which have come forward to assist communities independently of government. It is in this regard that we also wish to thank all those organizations, donors, and volunteers for their compassion and kindness during the challenging time for our province and our country. Whilst the coronavirus pandemic has wreaked havoc globally and plunged our country into a national emergency of epic proportions, we can and will overcome, thanks to the many frontline, essential service workers and our citizens for heeding the call to flatten the curve. I thank you.
Thank you, Minister. I recognise the Honourable Heron.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, saving livelihoods is intimately connected with saving lives, and this is not a choice. Our government had to act decisively to contain the spread of the virus, especially in poor communities who live in overcrowded and underserved conditions. They did so by introducing laws and regulations specifically designed to contain and control the virus. The DA calls these draconian because for the DA, some lives matter less than the creation of wealth. They are not willing to put the greater good above private wealth. They were not even willing to give up surfing in order to limit the movement of people. They could not accept well-established wine farms publicly expressing their solidarity with government's actions. These were labeled sellouts. There's no denying that the lockdown has had a devastating impact on the economy, and many people's incomes have been reduced or their jobs lost entirely. What does need to be denied is that the alternative herd immunity approach advocated by some DA leaders was ever a realistic alternative. This Swedish or Trump-style open economy approach to handling a global health crisis was only ever intended to benefit the rich, those with private healthcare or who could easily work from home. And now the entire world can see where this denialism would have led us. COVID deaths in Sweden are 10 times higher than in the neighboring countries, Norway and Finland, which, like South Africa, endured a prolonged lockdown. And despite aiming to save their economy, Sweden's GDP has dropped by 60% more than its neighbours who did lock down. Sweden proves that calls for herd immunity were irresponsible and deadly. These mistakes are done and the lives of the first wave of COVID infections have been lost. But let us not lose the lessons. We now need to rebuild the economy, and absolutely load shedding will not help us achieve this at a fast rate. We need to look to avoid energy-intensive investments and look to invest instead in labour-intensive industries and sectors. One way is to stimulate the construction sector by releasing well-located government land for the development of affordable housing. Thank you.
Finish off. Thank you very much, Honourable Heron. I now recognise Honourable Mitchell.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker. Honourable Deputy Speaker, it's been over 150 days since the first COVID-19 patient was diagnosed in the Western Cape. I would like to take a moment and remember all those who have sadly lost their fight against this terrible pandemic. Our thoughts and prayers are with their families during this very difficult time. Deputy Speaker, I rise today to take part in this debate, and I can go on and on about the various draconian rules imposed by the national government, which cost jobs and livelihoods and which would no doubt have a lasting and devastating effect on many South Africans. But it would be remiss of me not to highlight one or two of those rules that directly affect the dignity of our citizens. Deputy Speaker, I'm reminded of a call I received from a constituent in Beaufort West, a business owner who was prevented from selling a grilled chicken to a long-distance truck driver who arrived in Beaufort West to stop and have something to eat. This truck driver had been on the road for many hours without a decent meal because a certain national minister deemed it not essential enough for a person to have a cooked meal. But, Deputy Speaker, as long as it doesn't affect me, I don't give a damn. Then I'm reminded of a curfew being imposed that has affected livelihoods as well as business, as they only have a limited time to operate, especially those companies that only work through deliveries. The curfew has also seen workers such as restaurant staff and delivery drivers receiving fines because the curfew has not enabled them to get home in the given time. But yet again, Deputy Speaker, a certain national minister deemed it not essential enough because, Deputy Speaker, as long as it doesn't affect me, I don't care about the bread on the table of that particular family tonight, because mine is looked after with the public funds from these very people. But rather than going back and reminding this House of the obvious and highlighting the failures of the national government, let me rather use this time to demonstrate how this DA-led Western Cape government implemented effective evidence-based programs and together with the citizens of this province came together to flatten the curve. In doing so, we ensured that the dignity of patients and citizens were at all times at the center of this government's planning. Let me now turn to what was done, Deputy Speaker, not what should have been done. When the national lockdown in March was announced by the President, the DA-led Western Cape government immediately put measures in place to be ready for what was the dreaded peak of this pandemic. First up was the identification of field hospitals and the isolation facilities. Why, Deputy Speaker? Because the safety and dignity of residents was our primary concern. The identification and opening of the Hospital of Hope with the over 800-bed facility was a key part of this response. It opened at a cost of 15 million rand and saw over 1,500 patients. This provided a dignified space for patients who would need to be in isolation. But the beacon of hope to the 1,500 patients that went through the hospital were without a doubt the 900 staff members who worked tirelessly to ensure that the first patient on the 8th of June was received with the dignity that they deserved. Deputy Speaker, because this DA-led government cares and provides hope together, the infection curve has successfully flattened to the point where the CTICC hospital has now been decommissioned. Speaker, because this DA-led government cares and values for the frontline workers, a special dedicated taxi service was initiated for healthcare workers. This initiative ensured that over 12,000 workers were safely taken to work and home again, with approximately 450 staff transported to over 25 healthcare facilities in the Cape Metro every day. Considering how important these people are and the incredible stress that they work under, doing all we could to ensure that the ride to and from work would be the last burden that they would care about.
Thank you.
This initiative also undertook over 8,600. In conclusion, Speaker, if I may, I'm reminded of a thank you video I saw on social media of a patient who was treated at Brackengate Hospital named Beryl. And I would like to quote and echo Beryl's words. I quote, "To the Premier, Mr. Alan Winde, and your frontline workers, I'm so grateful. You are doing a great job. Thank you, Premier, to you and your government for ensuring dignity and hope for the citizen of this province." Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Honourable Christians.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, the poor men and women are the hardest hit by this lockdown. The food distribution, nationally and provincially, the UIF payouts, amongst other, failed those who needed it the most. But Deputy Speaker, maybe the question and the real question that should be asked is, who is the real president of this country? Is it President Cyril Ramaphosa, or Mr. Glazini Zuma, by the president making one announcement and his minister comes in contradicting him makes us wonder. Speaker, and then just out of the lockdown and our economy is about to recover, we see load shedding is back. And every South African knows the meaning of load shedding. And when they see the word load shedding, it just demoralizes all of our people, and especially our small businesses, because it's our small businesses that does not have alternative power. They do not have generators, meaning that when we have load shedding, they lose the most. When we're at home, we still have candles, we have heaters, but the problem is, the true problem is that if we are going to recover, Eskom must get its act together, because otherwise more and more people will die of starvation. And the question is, what is the Western Cape government going to do to assist? And I heard what Minister Mania said, we're doing all in our best, but I want to ask this government and tell this government, our people, our men and women in the street, in our poorest communities are hit the hardest. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Christians. I now recognise Honourable Minister Marais.
Honourable Deputy Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity to participate in this very significant debate today, as it is no secret that the national government's inadequacies, maladministration and incompetence have further impoverished an already under-resourced sector, which we all look to inspire hope and motivate for social inclusivity. Deputy Speaker, the second wave of relief funding announced by the National Minister of Sport, Arts and Culture sounds proactive and perhaps even plausible, but essentially exposes an inactive department, and I would even go as far as one marked by nonchalance, maladministration and delays to afford corruption and plundering of public funds for a select few. What the second wave of relief funding means for the millions in need in the sport, arts and culture sector is that of the 150 million announced by the National Minister on 25th of March 2020, only 65.7 million was allocated and only catered for sport and recreation applicants, while the second wave caters to the arts, culture and heritage sector. This adds further injury to an already open wound, as 5 months later, our esteemed artists, developing creatives and emerging stars have not received any form of relief if not from us provincially. To place in perspective, our Provincial Arts, Culture and Heritage Relief Fund of 4.7 million was set aside primarily to offer relief to creatives and not to compensate for losses incurred as we simply could not due to budgetary pressures. The fund adjudicated 948 applicants, and following the required administrative processes to approve the 691 successful applicants, the combined revenue losses the applicants come to a total of 58.6 million, a clear indication of the devastating impact on the sector. Yet for 5 months, national arts, culture and heritage practitioners had no source of income to provide for their basic needs to sustain not only their own livelihood, but also those dependent on them. In his latest address on 18 August, the National Minister listed all the challenges experienced during first wave of relief, the bulk of which is due to mismanagement, lack of strategic vision, lack of readiness by the department's IT system, amongst many other self-implicated issues which are not new and may even account for the lack of structure and support to the sector pre-COVID-19, plunging the industry into further disrepair. As we fast forward to the present day, with some restrictions now relaxed, the Honourable Member Mackenzie calls it draconian. I would add irrational and even absurd, almost wanting to kill our economy and livelihoods, as the national regulations around gyms, theatres, museums and even libraries prescribe no more than 50 people regardless of space available. The content is twofold. One, some spaces are bigger than others, which could safely accommodate more people while strictly adhering to the mandatory health protocols. These spaces should be allowed to reopen in accordance to their total area available to increase revenue, to attract and retrieve increased membership, patrons and ticket sales to save the industry. And secondly, no work means no pay. Not only are our artists now starving and some homeless, but so are the millions of our employees to those entities. In a dire fiscal environment in which we find ourselves, the possible deterioration of the socio-economic well-being of citizens will further impact the tax base, increase dependence on governmental services, further augmenting the number of indigent households, which requires additional support across the three spheres of government. This will compound existing development challenges and extend fiscal demands on government as unemployment will rise due to the lockdown. Based on the experiences of countries further along the trajectory of the pandemic, this crisis is likely to last for months and required an immediate planning and budgetary response while considering a post-COVID-19 strategic approach as only the Western Cape government has done. The proactive efforts of the Western Cape government's whole of society and whole of government approaches indeed assisted us to pick up national slack with the very little we had, still have and will continue to struggle with, as so much of our available funds were surrendered while conditional grants continue to be cut from national. Deputy Speaker, perhaps the funds cut from and surrendered to national can be considered the third wave, one which waves goodbye to constructive opportunities for those we serve in the Western Cape and Greater South Africa. Our track record of good governance and maximum citizen impact service delivery has been confirmed by various independent stakeholders, including the Auditor General's report for the past 5 years. Yet other provinces are awarded exorbitant budgets, facilities and resources with little or no deliverables to show in real terms. A case in point, last year was the 4th consecutive year in which the National Department of Sport and Recreation South Africa instructed each provincial department to contribute 10 million of our annual budgets towards the establishment of the National Training and Olympic Preparatory Centre in Bloemfontein, the hometown of the former Minister Fikile Mbalula. 4 years on, only dust is proof of this investment, as the National Department only officiated the sod turning on the site on the 10th of November 2018. To date, 40 million has been reappropriated from each provincial department budget, amounting to a total of 360 million, which is at the national government's disposal, with no plan communicated, no concrete facility, no accountability, nor urgency or evidence-based research into the needs of our sports people. Further reducing relief, development opportunities and transformation in the Western Cape and forcing us to be innovative with the little budget received based in rife maladministration and pie-in-the-sky strategies. Because of this wasteful expense could help with the abundance of requests we receive in the Western Cape. The assistance needed in this humanitarian crisis for the empowerment of our under-resourced sports people or facilities, to bridge the gap between developmental participation and higher levels of competition and quite simply to afford all we serve the human dignity they all deserve. As Zig Ziglar reminds, and I quote, "The lack of direction, not time, is the problem," unquote. A national ANC problem that I urge all in this House to seriously consider the repercussions national practices have on the Western Cape, and to note with grave concern that geopolitical grandstand is killing the positive aspirations of our steering our social fabric.
Minister, time is up.
And further crippling progress in the Western Cape. With the crumbs left from the ANC's led rhetoric, the battle between the captured and the capturers is holding our youth's potential hostage and diminishes the human dignity of all those we serve. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. If we could just make sure that the microphones are off in the House. I now call on Honourable Member Mvimbi.
Thank you very much, Honourable Deputy Speaker. The COVID-19 pandemic has impacted negatively on the economic activities of Africa, the entire African continent, and the world. Africa's three largest economies, Angola, Nigeria, and South Africa, have all been heavily impacted. the World Bank projection indicated that growth in sub-Saharan Africa will decline from 2.4% in 2019 to between -2.1% and -5.1% in 2020. This resulted in rising unemployment numbers and many businesses closing down or downsizing their workforce. Public finances are also being overstretched as government were forced to strike a balance between saving lives and livelihoods. The nationwide lockdown was one of the tough decisions the national government had to take to curb the spread of the virus. Unfortunately, this resulted in heavy restriction in economic activities, including supply chain disruption and labor supply reductions. The IMF considered that the impact of COVID-19 on global economy is much worse than the 2008 and 2009 financial crisis. Edmund Conway, the economics editor of Sky News, was correct when he said, economics is something people usually take notice of only when things go wrong or when an economy is facing a crisis. Only those who have a rudimentary knowledge of economics will want to blame the economic impact of COVID-19 wholly on the containment measures of national government. Honorable Deputy Speaker, given the scale of the COVID-19 damage to the economy, I expected a serious level of debate, not the recitation of the same day script of blame and complaint. I appeal to members not to be reactionary and not to waste the precious opportunity that we are having to reflect on our real economic challenges and to share new ideas on how to rebuild the economy post-COVID-19 pandemic in the Western Cape. The subject matter needs us to go beyond vitriolic attacks on national government. The DA must put its ideas on the table on how to rebuild the economy of the Western Cape. It must also be told that what is the DA's post-COVID economic recovery plan and how will it address the Western Cape legacy of underdevelopment, poverty, and unemployment, as well as the racial and gender inequality that has been exposed by the outbreak. Here, we are not talking about mere budget reprioritization, but an economic recovery plan that will talk to the transformation and restructuring of the economy, underpinned by inclusive growth and supporting this informal sector and SMMEs, which the Premier has recently referred to as the lifeblood of the economy. The Economic Transformation Committee of the ANC developed a framework for reconstruction, growth, and transformation with the objective of building a new and inclusive economy post-COVID-19. We still have to see what is the DA going to do, what is it also planning to do. The first pillar of the policy framework is centered around infrastructure-led recovery with new investment in energy, water and sanitation, roads and bridges, human settlements, health and education, digital infrastructure and public transport. Further to this, the policy framework has placed more emphasis on localization, including maximizing the use of South African materials and construction companies and labor-intensive method in order to achieve significant job creation. In addition to this, the use of the district development model will be strengthened and deepened to improve service delivery and infrastructure expansion in both rural and urban areas. Through the policy framework, the aim is for South Africa to forge new spatial forms in its settlement and transport system to bring people closer to areas of social and economic opportunities. The Western Cape is the worst performing province when it comes to both My City and Go George operation. The Go George operations are in shambles, while suitable pockets of land closer to places of opportunity continue to be disposed of to be developed for private interest. In closing, the second pillar of the policy framework is promoting investment in key productive sectors such as agriculture, manufacturing, mining, and tourism. The Western Cape Recovery Plan should aim to offset the province as the textile manufacturing hub in the province.
Honourable Member.
Thank you very much, Honourable Deputy Speaker.
Thank you very much. I now recognise Honourable Murray.
Speaker, the same legal system which ruled regulations as irrational, illegal and unconstitutional, now ruled against the city for removing illegal structures of land invaders. We have become like a dog chasing and biting his own tail. There are too many uncertainties at a time when our president seems unable to act decisively against corruptors and corruptees in his own party. His crown is lying uneasy on his head, forcing him to change his statements at regular intervals to please Minister Nkosazana Zuma. Premier Winnie, we need to see your promised recovery plan. It should not be an upgraded soup kitchen. The Cape Flats is tired of soup kitchens and food parcels. We shouldn't get bigger food parcels, but bigger responsibilities, more jobs, encouraging of hard work, productivity, and urban renewal, Mr. Premier. We need to see that plan. We need to see the municipalities drawn in, and they must change their rules at provincial level to make provision for how to handle rapid urban renewal. Where is the urban renewal plan? So that we don't every time sit running to courts with Chris Nissen running in front, not having work, something else to do. We need to get the courts to back us and not to fight us. And therefore, common law must come into operation. In the absence of common law, we will always lose our case in the constitutional courts because we haven't done our planning properly. Premier, let's see your recovery plan, Premier. We need it. Corruption is a runaway train. The ANC can't stop corruption because corruption is ANC policy.
Thank you, Honourable
You're going to come with your plan. I'm waiting for it, Premier. And if it need be, I'm prepared to make certain recommendations regarding what should be in that plan, including urban renewal.
Your time is up. Thank you very much. Honourable Brinkcase. Honourable Brinkcase, are you online?
Thank you, Speaker. Deputy Speaker.
Over to you.
Speaker, the Western Cape government must stop blame shifting its own shortcomings and corruption and rather accept responsibility for failing to deliver the most basic services to the poor areas where most needed. Studies worldwide have revealed that the virus has taken its heaviest toll amongst the poorest communities, and the Western Cape is one of the examples of such a phenomenon. Not forgetting this province was the epicenter of the virus. Al Jamaa fully support the total lockdown by national government, as saving lives are most important than business under abnormal circumstances. The province infections were spiraled by tourists and travelers. The same industry that DA called the premature reopening. The virus spread from tourists to our poor and densely populated areas, such as in Kailitsa and Mitchell's Plain. The vulnerable people were more susceptible to the virus, and it seems the province have very little regard for black lives. The province, the Western Cape government, should focus more on the equal distribution of food amongst all the needy communities. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Brinkcase. I now recognise Honourable Minister Mania.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Faced with the prospect of a health pandemic that we had never seen or experienced before, we took immediate action to save lives in the Western Cape. During the lockdown, we built hospitals and isolation and quarantine facilities. We provided emergency food relief and school feeding schemes, and we provided the personal protective equipment, tools and resources for our essential services, schools and businesses to operate safely.
This is
We
member,
also-
the quality of the sound is very poor. Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker.
My apologies. I got stuck. I missed the last part because I went offline. You finished, Honourable Minister Mania. Did you carry on?
Can I continue, Deputy Speaker?
You may. Sorry, I just disappeared for a second there. You may continue.
Thank you. We also knew that the lockdown would have a severe impact on the economy in the Western Cape and on individual lives. And so we made a commitment to work hard and use the lockdown period to prepare our healthcare system so that we could fight the COVID-19 pandemic in the Western Cape. Unfortunately, of course, the legitimacy of the lockdown itself was undermined by the often arbitrary, nonsensical, and contradictory nature of the restrictions that emerged under lockdown. You can buy chips or cool drinks, but only if bought with other essential goods. You can buy crop-bottom pants, but not a t-shirt or open-toe shoes. You can sell frozen food, but not cooked chicken or hot food. And you definitely can't buy anything online, which of course was one of the safest retail options. And then of course there was the flip-flopping on restrictions that impacted most on economic activity, especially in the tourism and hospitality sectors. The result of course was a widespread spike in the illegal trade of alcohol and cigarettes, and I think a breakdown of public trust, particularly in national government in South Africa. And so I think we all breathed a sigh of relief when President Cyril Ramaphosa finally announced that South Africa would move to Alert Level 2. We were ready to open safely, we were ready to start doing business again, and we were ready to start rebuilding our economy in the Western Cape. The tourism and hospitality industry has been particularly hard hit during the COVID-19 pandemic. And so our immediate focus on economic recovery is to support these businesses that are a major contributor to jobs in the Western Cape. Earlier today, I announced the launch of our domestic tourism campaign, We Are Open, which will be run by Westgrow and which will stimulate economic recovery by encouraging consumer spending, especially in the tourism and hospitality sectors in the Western Cape. Next month, which of course is Tourism Month, I will also be visiting businesses across the province to engage with them, to listen to them, and to work with them on rebuilding our economy. Since the start of the lockdown, we have worked hard to support businesses and their employees to survive and to adapt to the current challenges while also keeping an eye on the future. Not only did we want to ensure the survival of businesses through this crisis, but we also wanted to identify opportunities to do things better, to pivot and adapt to do business in a more innovative way that will ensure that we are ready to compete globally when the time comes. We have seen many examples of businesses who have done just that. Businesses like Granadella Eats, which is an incredible success story of an e-commerce company that pivoted during the crisis. Prior to the hard lockdown, this company only sold swimwear, but now they deliver fresh produce from local farmers and other food items from small local businesses right to your doorstep. It is these businesses that we remain committed to supporting as we start to rebuild our economy in the Western Cape. But Deputy Speaker, despite all of this, the biggest handbrake, and this has to be said, on economic recovery in the Western Cape and South Africa is national government. The fact is that national government is a snake pit of competing interests that can't agree on the what, let alone the how of economic policy. And where economic policy is no longer a means to an end, but an end in itself, which of course will ultimately compromise economic recovery in provinces across South Africa. For 13 years, our country's economic potential has been hamstrung by recurring load shedding. And the tragedy is that this could have been avoided. At the State of the Nation address this year, President Cyril Ramaphosa promised to take measures to rapidly and significantly increase generation capacity outside of Eskom. He promised to implement the Integrated Resource Plan 2019, not done. He promised to procure emergency energy power for projects that can deliver electricity into the grid within 12 months, not done. He promised to open bid window 5 of the Renewable Energy Independent Power Producers Program, not done. And he promised to put in place measures to enable municipalities in good financial standing to procure their own power from IPPs, not done. When the Eskom CEO, Andre de Ruyter, was recently asked to comment on the risk of load shedding, he said, "The one thing I've learned about the Eskom generation system is that it keeps you humble, and that, like forecasts made by economists, you need to hedge your bets and be very careful," which hardly inspires confidence. Frustratingly, with just the stroke of a pen, national government could drastically change the current energy crisis. With the stroke of the pen, the Minister of Energy could lift the 1 megawatt cap on self-generation to immediately bring online significant amounts of renewable energy, and with a stroke of the pen, immediately open bid window 5. However, when national government continues to drag its feet, we are doing everything possible to enable resource resilience and prepare municipal procurement of energy in the Western Cape. Direct business engagements by the Green Economy team to inform and support increased implementation of solar PV has resulted in 167 megawatts of small-scale renewable energy being installed in the Western Cape to date. Deputy Speaker, times have been tough for businesses and people in our province who have faced many challenges during lockdown. We have all pulled together and we've worked together to stop the spread of COVID-19 in the Western Cape. The fight is not over, because we now face a daunting unemployment pandemic. And to overcome the second pandemic, we will have to continue pulling together and working together so that we can save jobs and save the economy in the Western Cape. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister Mania. I now call on Honourable Member Nkondlo.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, this is a much important and welcome debate by the African National Congress, as it presents an opportunity to educate members of the Democratic Alliance and the House at large about the necessity of the response by the government on the coronavirus pandemic and how the world has responded to this pandemic, with also how we should position our economies as we recover from this period. Perhaps let us all start and consider what the Honourable Fernandez called the pot calling the kettle black. It is also interesting to note in that the DA pot here in this province refused PPEs which were stored in crisis storages for EMS workers of Khayelitsha and Mitchell's Plain and others until they had to protest just to get protection during the coronavirus. FEDUSA yesterday reminded us in their presentation as a stakeholder of the government response when they indicated that the Western Cape government is not effective in its role in communities, and they are calling for greater and inclusive collaboration with social partners. So we still have to hear which are these social partners in private and civil society that Honourable Fernandez and Mackenzie are speaking about. What has this government done to expose employers who have delayed and some not paid UIF monies to distressed workers, let alone claims those who were paid out, same as the noise that they were able to make of inefficiencies of the Department of Labour? Again, this DA pot must tell us, how have they made a skewed choice of rather leasing from established and also including small and emerging accommodation for quarantine facilities so that they are able to save jobs? The City ICC Hospital of Hope, we will be hearing today how much was spent on this facility and the cost benefit of such an expenditure. Again, here in the city of Cape Town, we had 6 weeks spending of about 53 million in an internment camp by the city of Cape Town for the homeless.
A cost of the loss of income to the informal economy when the municipalities under the watch of this DA government place their own draconian barriers for informal businesses to get trading permits until these issues and the association had to go to court for that. Again, a blatant refusal of this provincial government to innovate procurement to benefit small and medium-sized businesses for emergency procurement. Let me further share with you, Deputy Speaker, that today the black wine businesses are marching in protest of lack of transformation in the wine industry, whom amongst them is a significant group of black women-owned wine brands. Leading this protest is Vivian Kleinhans of African Roots Wines, who says enough is enough and points at unequal distribution of wealth and opportunities in this industry, stating that open quote, the larger wine brands have reserves, but black-owned wine businesses do not have that luxury. We are first-time rounder and we do not have generational wealth, close quote. Should we then follow and lay a charge to Premier and his cabinet for these? Perhaps Honorable Mackenzie can advise, is this government quantifying these losses to the economy and these households, or maybe they don't fit the profile of their audience or donors, so that they don't fall in the DA debates? We may choose the immediate sensation as a sponsor of this debate did of opting to parrot his matriculant DA leader, who understandably must ensure relevance in the wake of the upcoming leadership conference politics in their party. A party with an identity crisis that can only survive in weaknesses of its opponents than its own existence, so to score political relevance and hopefully votes until the voter gets exposed to the realities of white master and spanner boy. Let us remind this House that we are still 3 days to go in wrapping up the Women's Month as a constant reminder that our past is interwoven in our present and our present is an indicator of our future. Let me further share with the House that today, Honorable Speaker, we will be reading this matter of issues of women, you know, as this Parliament, which has committed to the plight of women in the province and also in the Parliament. We all know that the novel coronavirus is a global pandemic that has stretched our thinking beyond the usual ideological sentimentalism, either to the extreme left or right, for short phrasing and holding on to ideological rhetoric in order to remain relevant to their constituencies and sponsors. Reality is that COVID-19 pandemic has destroyed lives and livelihoods globally. It has weakened economic growth and investment and reduced commodity prices. It has changed the way we do things and needs a rethink on how we conduct business moving forward. As we say this, Speaker, the debate is not on whether South Africa should have applied the measures as it did or to a lesser extent to protect livelihoods. At this point, when most of us have been affected by this virus, we are asking whether we could have even done more to protect our citizens by controlling the spread in the initial phases. With hindsight now, we all can speculate of what could have constituted a proper response to the pandemic. The COVID-19 pandemic exposed and further widened the inequalities in society and economy, a persistent feature since the apartheid colonialism era. What is draconian is the DA's attempt to maintain the status quo. Wealth opportunities continue to favor a certain race and gender, whilst our color-conscious poverty and unemployment continues to hit black majority and Africans in particular. Whilst others are happy to play into the gallery regarding this matter, I want to laud the ANC government efforts to build a post-COVID-19 South African economy based on the principles of inclusive, resilient, and sustainable growth. We still call on the Premier.
What
yes,
ANC government?
Speaker? We still call on the Premier and the MEC of Finance to account to this House on the hotspot strategy and the extent to which this strategy has actually changed the situation in those declared communities. I thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I now recognise Honourable Mackenzie.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker, and thank you I want to thank every speaker for their contribution. Albeit misconstrued facts, fake news, and misinformation, we cannot leave any stone unturned when it comes to providing hope and restoring dignity at the same time. Honourable Nkondlo, let me first correct, it's not an ANC debate, it's a DA debate. I literally put the debate, it's literally on the order paper, it's in my name. So it's not the ANC debate. And you keep talking about the economy and ask the ANC a post-COVID economy response, COVID plan, and your other member Vimbi, also talked about the Economic Transformation Committee of the ANC. That must be the most useless committee in the country, because the only thing they come up with is how to bail out state-owned enterprises. There is nothing coherent. The ANC transformation has come up before COVID-19 and currently COVID-19. So I don't know what you're going to get from them in a few months' time. Because the only thing I think they can come up with is another policy on corruption. And Member Marais, you hit it right on the head. If the members didn't listen the last week, the last few days, SARS announced a 70 billion rand reduction in tax income. So Member Nkondlo and Member Vimbi talks about rebuilding an economy. What are they talking about? The economy is in tatters. There is no economy to be rebuilt without rethinking things, and the ANC is incapable of doing it. That is the reality. I don't know which planet they're living on. 3 million people are estimated to have lost their jobs. And Member Nkondlo is quoting Fedusa. Slide number 2, Member Nkondlo. Slide number 2 of Fedusa's presentation yesterday. Slide number 2. And I'm going to quote, on top of already, well, that's my adding already, show the job losses forecasted as per National Treasury, 7 million. 7 million jobs going to be lost, forecasted by National Treasury, under the ANC that introduced draconian legislation during a lockdown. The pandemic didn't kill us. It's the ANC. The pandemic didn't introduce legislation that said, today you can buy an open-toe shoe, tomorrow you can buy cooked chicken. It's the ANC. The pandemic didn't say, shut down, open the wine industry, but close the transporting of alcohol. It's the ANC. So it's not the pandemic that we're blaming. We're blaming the ANC because it's the ANC that introduced draconian legislation that make 3 million people unemployed. And I hope one day you will understand that, because at this point, seems a few men that contributed to this debate still don't get it. We are in a crisis. Ons is in deep. I don't know if you get it. We are in deep-ish. 70 billion rand lost taxes. There is no way to recover that in the next 3 months. So that Economic Transformation Committee that you're hoping on, you should rather believe in the tooth fairy. You stand a better chance of getting things out of that. And Honorable Member Christians, you're absolutely right. Who is the president? No one knows who the president is. No decision is coming. Today is him. Tomorrow the prime minister de facto come up with something else. We have no idea who is running the union buildings. Honorable members.
Honorable member, if you could just wait 1 minute. Honorable Sayed, have you got a point of order?
Yes, Honourable Deputy Speaker, I've got a point of order. Honourable Mackenzie, can it please be advised to speak through you, Honourable Deputy Speaker?
Thank you very much, Honourable Sayed. Honourable Mackenzie, if you could please speak through me.
Thank you, Honourable members. Honourable members, small businesses are the livelihood of the Western Cape. And we have to applaud Minister David Maine and the Premier earlier on when they launched the the tourism and hospitality industry. And we should all support the We Are Open economy. It feeds into many businesses and many opportunities. We also call along, as the DA, as the minister says, we need a cheaper energy bill right now. The members asked what the DA put on the table. The DA is the only one that actually understands the regulations are killing the economy, are killing job losses, because that corruption committee called the Economic Transformation Committee is going to come up with another policy on how to steal more. Honourable members, under the DA, we want to bring you free of darkness. We want to bring down the cost of electricity, because that will reduce economic hardship. And we also want to introduce new renewable sources of energy. We need to grab every opportunity to provide relief for small businesses during this difficult time. I trust that the Western Cape government continues to remove red tape to make it easier for businesses to operate, along with support every sector to reopen safety. Over the last 10 years, the Western Cape has been synonymous with innovation. We need to be innovative and work with the private sector, the citizenry, to stem the jobs pandemic. I just want to tell all honourable members, let's get to work, let's save jobs, let's save life, and let's save our economy by working together. I thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you very much. That concludes the debate on this subject. Honourable members, we now proceed to interpolation as printed on the question paper. I now recognise Honourable Minister Schaefer.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and to Honourable Syed for the interpellation. Yes, I am aware of the infrastructure challenges of many of our schools with prefabricated structures. In 2009, when the DA took over the Western Cape government, it was soon apparent that there had not been sufficient investment by the previous ANC administration in the upgrading and maintenance of these schools. We had inherited a backlog of hundreds of schools that were still built with inappropriate materials dating back to the apartheid era that evidently needed a maintenance upgrade or replacement entirely with a new structure. The track record of the previous ANC administration in tackling the three issues of maintenance, replacement, and new schools had been poor, to say the least. It then became the responsibility of the DA government to tackle these backlogs, a challenge we took head on. We began to prioritize spending on all three areas, and the difference between the two administrations is staggering. The ANC administration had done little to address this issue. In the 5 years that the ANC was running education in this province, only 3 of these schools were replaced. In stark contrast, since 2009, the DA administration has replaced 61 schools. We fully realize that a lot more needs to be done in this province to improve school infrastructure in the Western Cape. However, I shudder to think what the situation would have looked like now had the ANC remained in government in this province. One need only look to the Eastern Cape and their education facilities for an indication of what we could have become. The Western Cape Education Department currently has a list of 141 schools that have various categories of prefabricated facilities. We have been systematically addressing the replacement of schools built with inappropriate materials, but budget remains a huge challenge and is getting worse every year. 13 of these schools are currently under construction, therefore 128 schools still need to be addressed. Some schools are entirely built with prefabricated materials, whilst others have a few sections with prefabricated facilities. The enrollment figures at these schools varies. The challenges faced by many of these schools can be attributed to various factors, one of which is the age of the infrastructure, as most of these facilities are between 30 and 40 years old. The general condition of the infrastructure is poor despite continuous maintenance over the years. And the type of material used in the construction of these schools, for example, wood or asbestos, could present health and safety risks to staff and learners. The strategy to address these schools incorporates the following. First of all, schools are divided into 3 different categories. The first category is schools that present a high health and safety risk to learners and teachers. These are schools that are in a very bad condition and may have materials that are harmful to the school community. The second is schools with a medium risk, which have components that contain asbestos and other harmful materials. And the third is schools with a low health and safety risk. We have various options available to us, either replacement of the entire school, refurbishment of inappropriate structures, replacement of inappropriate structures, replacements or refurbishments in phases to allow for uninterrupted schooling, placement of learners at alternative schools, or to consider possible mergers or closure of non-viable schools. The strategy will take into consideration the following factors. Firstly, the enrollment at the school. Secondly, the general condition of the school. Thirdly, the availability of alternative education opportunities in the area. And fourthly, opportunities to address the intervention in phases. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister. I now recognise Honourable Sayed.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, I see the MEC speaking about budget cuts, but this is the same department that for a long period of time has not been spending all its money. It sends money back to the provincial reserves. We've seen that. A careful observation, Deputy Speaker, of the infrastructure development in the Western Cape, especially where building of new schools is concerned, will show a deliberate move, as has been confirmed now by the MEC, by the provincial government to erect prefab structures as opposed to construction of brick and mortar schools. The same can be said about the renovation of schools that are falling apart. The WCD either lets infrastructure fall apart and closes down the school, like we saw, for example, with Uitsegai, or they erect prefab structures or replace the parts of the schools that are not safe to use. In areas where communities demanded new schools, such as Luandle, for example, the department responded by giving them prefab schools. As the ANC in this legislature, we have taken up the matter with the MEC on a number of occasions, and she consistently defends her department and herself by saying that prefabs were not less of schools. They are expensive to erect and are safe for learners and all of this. What we have noticed is that they are not safe. The recent storms in the Western Cape have proved the WCED shortcuts are not sustainable and that they are costly and they are unsafe for learners and teachers. The storms that hit the province on the 12th of July have shown that, for example, in Nomzamo. The MEC should tell us what is the extent of damage caused to the school in Nomzamo and how much will it cost for that to be fixed. Furthermore, the asbestos prefab buildings we've noticed, like in the southern suburbs, many schools there that we visited, those prefab buildings poses major health risks to learners and to teachers, including cancer risks. In some instances, I must add, we even find that in terms of prefab schools, certain Model C schools, or let me say former Model C schools, are advantaged because those prefab classrooms have got air conditioners. Our demands, as the ANC, are clear. The WCED must stop these shortcuts and build actual schools. Stop making excuses, renovate schools, and stop glossing over problems through prefabs.
Honourable Member, are you still there? Honourable Said?
Yes, I'm done.
Oh, you're done. Okay.
Yes.
Sorry, I didn't get the end there. My apologies. Honourable Botha, you're up next.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. God forbid if any learner got hurt at Eitzig, the ANC would have sung another tune. During the last Standing Committee meeting on education, the SG mentioned that although schools can apply for a lower quintile score, it comes at the cost of another school. Minister, this implies that funds are truly stretched in the Western Cape. Along with this, according to the DG of the Department of Basic Education, certain provinces are challenged with underspending regarding the Accelerated Infrastructure Delivery Initiative. Are these remarks relevant to the Western Cape? If necessary, what are the proactive measures taken by the Provincial Education Department in this regard? Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Botha. Now recognise Honourable Christians.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, just the question to the Minister is that the Minister said we had 141 schools, prefab schools, and that they have 3 categories, high, medium and low. Can the Minister tell us that those 13 schools under construction, are they in the high category, meaning they are health and safety risk? Another question is schools that were demolished, were there prefabricated schools built in that place, and why? Why was it done that way? We know that budget is a problem, but I think we need to move away from prefab and get brick buildings for our children. In closing, just another question is those schools that are a safety or a health risk, are those schools still is there still learners occupying those schools? And the Minister must be very careful, because when she closes schools, she's going to get it from various political parties. So that is the last thing to do. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Christians. Honourable Sayed.
Honourable Deputy Speaker, firstly, let me also state, because we heard also the reply of the Minister, let me state that and let me remind the MEC that the replacement of schools was funded by national government, not from the provincial budget. Following the Nomzamo High incident, a group of high school learners from Nomzamo and from various other schools picketed outside WCED's Metro East District's offices in Kales River to actually demand that temporary structures and prefabricated classrooms must be replaced with brick classrooms. The severe storms overturned and destroyed most of the classrooms and the toilets at these schools. The damage caused learners to miss out on the valuable learning and teaching hours as the school remained closed as repairs were taking place. Learners, Deputy Speaker, were forced to use social media to complete schoolwork while they waited for repairs to be effected. The WCED shortcuts, which I stated before, are failing our poor learners from the Western Cape. Instead of listening to calls to end these shortcuts, the MEC and a department moved to replace the damaged structures with new ones. The WCED is on record stating that it cannot build a brick and mortar school as the school is on leased land. This cannot be the fault of learners. The WCED must accelerate the process to build a proper school for both primary and high school learners in Nomzamo as well as Umfuleni. The norms and standards for South African schools infrastructure had clear deadlines on when schools built with improper materials such as zinc and containers should be eradicated. As far as I'm aware, prefab structures fall into this category. We cannot have a department that continues to use improper material when the country needs to move towards eradicating schools built with improper infrastructure. We therefore need the department to give us an actual date. In fact, we must hear from the MEC an actual date as to when prefab schools in this province will be replaced with proper infrastructure. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Sayed. I recognise Honourable Minister Schaefer.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker and members. First, I will address Honourable Botha. You're quite right. If somebody had been injured at ASIF, we would have heard all about it from a different angle. But on the issue of our budget being stretched, you're completely right. It is extremely stretched. We have been saying so for quite some time. But on the CD project, when it was launched in 2011, Western Cape did not actually initially receive any allocation for addressing the school backlogs from this national project, despite all the inherited prefabricated schools from the previous administration that we had inherited. And we eventually did manage to get some schools on from that project after we had made some appeals to national government. And we duly completed these 25 schools with a CD funding by 2016. But we only received that once-off allocation, and since then we haven't received any more CD funding from the national government. And it is extremely disappointing to hear that that the DBE is now complaining that the funds are not being spent by the other provinces, which we certainly could use effectively here. And perhaps my colleagues from the ANC on the other side of the house might be able to assist us in that. But I will also still continue to engage the national minister. I did in fact raise it at KEM last week. So it is an extreme concern, and we could certainly use the money. Honourable Christians, I have to assume that the 13 schools in construction, I don't have the details with me now, but that they will be in high-risk categories because that is the criteria that we use to decide which schools we are going to replace. Schools that are demolished, we only usually demolish schools if they are in extremely bad condition, and it depends on which school it is and what the situation is, whether they are replaced by brick schools. But often what we do is when we're building a new school, we put a mobile school up first while we're busy replacing an existing school, demolish the old school, and then they move in from the mobiles into the new school. Health risks, I sincerely hope not. I mean, there's a bit of a myth regarding asbestos, that asbestos per se is a health risk. It is only a health risk, according to my information, if it is damaged. And if so, then we normally, as far as my understanding goes, cordon that section off until it is fixed, and then we put specific measures in place to ensure that risks are mitigated of damage to people. Honourable Side, we send money back to Provincial Treasury because there is a limitation in place that does not allow us to spend more on our cost of employment. And as a result of that, as I've explained on previous occasions many times, we cannot always get an exact on-the-dot expenditure when we have a salary bill of over 1 billion rand a month. But you know, the House can change that decision if they wish. Then prefab structures we've also dealt with before, especially the Nomzamo issue. Honourable Side complains about the learners having to miss out on valuable teaching and learning time. As I explained in a previous question, I think last week, it took us exactly 1 week to fix that mobile school, and that is an unprecedented achievement in conjunction with the Department of Public Works. It was certainly also not the only school to suffer storm damage. There were a number of brick and mortar schools that were also damaged during that same storm, as it was an extremely significant storm. So mobile schools and classrooms obviously are an excellent option for creating additional space for learners, as the ANC well knows, because they employed exactly the same option when they were in government. And I do want to quote a few quotes on that issue. One of them is as follows. We face a massive infrastructure challenge in the province in regard to the building of new schools, as well as maintaining our existing facilities. It is hoped that the bid to National Treasury arising out of the National Audit of School Needs will result in increased funding to meet some of these challenges. And that was Mr. Cameron Dugmore in June 2007. In addition to address the mismatch between the supply and demand for classrooms, the department will use such measures as merging schools, proper use of bus transport, building additional classrooms and using mobile classrooms. Cameron Dugmore, November 2004. And then another one is we are looking at all possible ways of addressing the need for new classrooms, from expanding existing schools and building new schools to erecting prefabricated classrooms and using mobile classrooms. Andre Garm, 2003. Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister. That concludes the first interpellation. We now move over to interpellation 2.
Yeah, Minister.
I recognise the Honourable Minister Bradell.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Chairperson. Thank you to Honourable Member for the interpellation. To support the municipalities in humanitarian relief, my department implemented various monetary, practical and institutional interventions to ensure food parcels are delivered effectively to citizens. On the financial interventions, my department transferred a grant of 16.2 million rand to the municipalities for immediate emergency humanitarian relief initiatives as provided by the Western Cape Cabinet. The conceptualization of this grant took into consideration that my department's support would seek to speedily reach citizens that traditionally would not meet the means test criteria utilized by the Department of Social Development as well as South Africa's Social Security Agency food provisions programs. On governance interventions, my department, with the support of the Centre for E-Innovation, developed a real-time digital electronic capturing application. Each local municipality was given access to capture food parcels and meal distribution done through the grants at ward and town level. This application thus serves as real-time digital reporting mechanisms to be utilized by municipalities to report on the food provision activities undertaken with 3 sources of funding, namely the grant funding, the municipal funding, and donor funding. On the humanitarian resources, my department, in cooperation with the Department of Social Development, dedicated a team of senior officials to manage and to support municipalities to speed up the process of applications, verifications, and delivery of the food. On institutional interventions, my department facilitated the participation of local and district municipal officials at all provincial structures and work streams dealing with food security, either through the joint district approach representatives or the district disaster management center. My position on corruption and political meddling in administration processes is well known to this House. As indicated above, my department, with the support of the Centre of E-Innovation, developed a real-time electronic capturing application which allowed each local municipality access to capture food parcels and meals distribution done through the grant at ward and town level. To support this district and specifically the District Coordinating Forum in monitoring and coordinating the efforts, access has been created for each district municipality to view their own district's dashboard. In my various engagements with all our executive mayors, I emphasize the fact that abuse or meddling in food relief efforts would not be tolerated. When rumors about possible interference surfaced, I formally wrote to all executive mayors reminding them of the potential consequences of such actions. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. I recognise Honourable Makamba Botia.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker, and thank you to the Minister. During the COVID-19 Ad hoc Oversight Committee early this year, on the 13th of May of 2020, your head of department, Graham Pauls, confirmed in that meeting that councillors in the Western Cape municipalities are not allowed to distribute food parcels He further reiterated that this communication and stance was communicated to the speakers of different municipalities in the province. Now, according to the latest adjusted estimate of provincial revenue and expenditure, your department allocated 16.2 million as assistance and support to municipalities with their humanitarian relief initiative. Now, taking into account this budget allocation to municipalities and your office stance that no councillor will distribute food parcels, one would expect your office to be true to its oversight role and monitor how municipalities assist society with regards to humanitarian relief, such as food parcels, and more importantly, monitor how such efforts are executed so that this aid reach the poorest of the poor people. Moreover, in cases where there is the slightest complaint on the misuse of this humanitarian relief aid, it is expected of your office to take initiative and address the matter by taking appropriate action in the circumstances. Food relief is a constitutional right covered in Section 27 of our Constitution for the benefit of our poor people, more especially during the pandemic where many lost their jobs and sources of income. The Constitution then makes it your duty to take reasonable legislative and other measures to achieve the progressive realization of this right. Minister, I would like to place it on record that no matter how much money you budget for this humanitarian effort, if the food relief aid does not reach its intended target, then your government is not only in breach of the South African Constitution, but it is a failed government. Now, how is it that after promising this House that no councillor will distribute food parcels in the province, then around 11th of August, we still had residents of Kuyasa in Kailicha Ward 99 protesting and complaining of a ward councillor seen to be distributing food parcels to his friends, whereas residents were starving. I thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Member, and now I recognise Honourable America. You there, Honourable America?
On his way to the States.
I'm going to move on to Honourable Smith. Can we just check that Honourable America is connected, please? Over to you, Honourable Smith.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, it is not the first time that this subject matter comes up for discussion in the House. The local government was at the coalface of government response to the COVID-19 pandemic. Billions were transferred to municipalities to coordinate the response, be it to accelerate service delivery of basic services, procurement of PPEs, or distribution of food parcels to vulnerable households. There are a lot of challenges that were raised in municipalities in the Western Cape, be it of allegations of corruption or councillors that have been seen going against directives of distributing food parcels. Few examples is DA councillors that were seen distributing food parcels in Party Regalia on Mandela Day, and Mayor Dan Plato, who was seen distributing food parcels in other municipalities. Yet there is no action whatsoever taken to investigate these cases that clearly showed an abuse of the process. What is clear is that there are no mechanism to prevent these malpractices. The only thing the MEC is good at is targeting municipalities that are not controlled by the DA and turn a blind eye on those who are actually controlled by the DA. This discussion must be taken to the Standing Committee where it will receive maximum attention. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Smith. Is Honourable America online? Last call, Honourable America. Honourable members, I've got to move. Yes.
In the chat, it says he is connected and he seems to have a problem with his microphone.
Okay, I will then move over to the EFF, Honourable Chief Whip, and see if he can take the second last slot. If somebody could dial him in, that would help. So while Honourable Member Makamba Bochia speaks, if we could just dial Honourable America in. Over to you, Honourable Makamba Bochia.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Minister, following the very same stance by your office that councillors are not allowed to distribute food parcels, around the 19th of May, there were complaints in the city of Cape Town made against Mayor Dan Plato for violating your provincial government's directive prohibiting the distribution of food aid by the councillors. This was after the mayor was alleged to have been pictured in Strand outside a home with a group of people and food parcels, to which the mayor defended himself by saying that the city's humanitarian efforts are compliant with the spirit of national and provincial guidelines. I'm not sure which spirit he was referring to, by the way, but he makes no mention of your directive. Now, first thing, was the complaint regarding the conduct of the mayor in this regard ever been brought to your attention? If so, what steps did you take thereafter? And secondly, what steps would your department ordinarily take against councillors and mayors who defy directives from your department? I thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Makamba Bochia. Honourable America. Just see if they've dialed him in. Honourable Chief Whip, is he connecting?
He's on the line, and it says that his microphone is on, but for whatever reason, we can't hear him.
Okay, I'm going to give it a few more seconds. Honourable America, are you on? I think I'm going to have to move on. My apologies, Honourable America. Thank you, Chief Whip. Over to you, Honourable Minister Brudel.
Yeah, Honourable Deputy Speaker, thank you very much, and thank you again to Honourable Botnia for putting this interpellation on the table. The guideline, and we must just distinguish between the money, government money, and then obviously private money and private donations. So all the complaints that have been received, we must also remember, Honourable Member, that the Code of Conduct for Councillors, the custodian of that is the speakers, and they must go through that process. So there's various investigations. If I known that it's specifically about the mayor, I would have asked the Speaker's office to tell me exactly where they are within that investigation and that process. Our guideline that we send it out specifically to do with our 16.2 million rand. It's taxpayers' money, and we thought that it's very important that we do have the interaction with our councillors on not being involved with the distribution of the money. To Honourable Smith, I really want Honourable Smith to become party to anti-corruption within this province. I am, and I was always more strict to any DA councillor than an ANC-run councillor. It's not about politicking, it's about clean, good governance. And when there's whistleblowers and people that coming to the front, we need to and we must investigate and we must protect them. The councils he referred to is not even my investigation, it's the President's investigation. So the SIU has walked into the council and they will find out what's going on within that council, and we all need to back the SIU because I think they need to be impartial and I think they need to do their job because the only way we're going to get rid of corruption within. I will never and I will always talk to our council and ask them not to be involved in any kind of relief and politicize any kind of relief to our people. Is to help and to assist the poorest of the poor. And I think it sends out a complete wrong message if we try to politicize any kind of relief to our poor people. And therefore, I've also even asked our politicians not even to take photos of people who's receiving a food parcel or anything, because it's already undignifying being poor, and now we just contribute towards that. So I'm very sensitive towards this topic, but thank you very much, and we will follow up with our councils and the Speaker's offices on the disciplinary actions within. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Must declare the notices you have received.
Order. That brings us to the end of interpellations. We will now, in terms of Rule 202, move over to questions for oral reply. And if I can just remind the honourable members that there are 4 opportunities for follow-ups, and that the first question will be reserved for the opportunity of the honourable member who posed the question. I now recognise the Honourable the Premier.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker, and thank you very much to the Honourable Leader of the Opposition for the question. And obviously this question was probably put in at the same time as the one for last week, because there's a fair amount of similarity between the two questions. But first of all, if I read the question, it says whether the province has developed a plan to utilise all provincially owned land and buildings for human settlements. Now, the straight answer is no. And if we go back to last week's question where you asked the question about what is the current policy of the provincial government towards the management of the provincial property portfolio, and of course there it was, the second part of the question was around what does the Department of Public Works and Transport do, and I pointed out that of course there are two separate custodians, the main custodian being the Department of Public Works and Transport, but of course they do make allocations to the Human Settlements Department, who then focus on what the Honourable Member is asking. But also I want to point out that of course all provincially owned land and buildings for human settlements, the reason I say no is because, of course, all provincially owned land and buildings includes hospitals, it includes schools, it includes this very building that we're in right now, it includes your own office as an honourable member. So, of course, it goes far wider than just being available for human settlements. And before I get to the answer, because obviously I need to consult with the Department of Human Settlements, as that's the key part of the question, it reminded me when I looked at the other utilization of properties, like this very one that we're in right now, I cast my mind back to just over a year and a debate in this House where, as Honourable Member, you spoke about the utilization of school properties, and you were going to bring to me the governing body go ahead to do a housing development partnership between our government and probably private sector and that school governing body for an ability to find homes on a school piece of property for teachers specifically, but also probably for people in that vicinity, and in doing so also creating a safety buffer around a school, because many of our schools who have extra land are also subjected to all sorts of sort of criminal activity on those open pieces of land, specifically putting our learners at risk. And of course, I would welcome that, as I said, and still looking forward to that plan from you. But the answer that I must give you is yes, the Department of Human Settlements has developed plans to utilize all provincially owned land in its custodianship. And for example, to date, the department, and obviously in the last year, this term, has pockets of land measuring 344.6 hectares in extent for human settlements as part of catalytic programs. And these programs are endorsed by national, provincial, and local government. This 344.6 hectares has a yield of about 15,300 opportunities or housing opportunities. And of course, as you know, these housing opportunities can be in the form of B&G housing, people who earn less than 3,500 Rand a month, or FLISP housing, 3,501 to 22,000 Rand a month. And of course, even linking to other social activities that could be linked through on these properties. And to date, there are about 2,000 in this time that have already been made available and transferred. And so there, my answer. Thanks to the Honourable Member.
Thank you, Premier. Honourable Dugmore, would you like a follow-up question?
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, arising from the response of the Premier, it's very clear that this province does not actually have a comprehensive, consolidated plan to utilize provincial buildings that are vacant and land for human settlements. I would like to ask the Premier, is he prepared to make public the exact pieces of land owned by the province and those which, of those pieces of land, those that will be specifically made available for housing? We have been asking for 10 years in this provincial legislature for such a plan. And once again, the Premier has failed to do that. And I would like to ask whether that is not contributing to the frustration which people in our province have in regard to having access to land for human settlements and to reverse the apartheid spatial planning. So I would like to ask the Premier, will he make a clear publication of all these properties available and identify those that will be used for human settlements?
Thank you, Honourable Dugmore. Honourable Premier.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much to the Honourable Member for that challenge. And my answer is going to be yes, but I will do so once your national government does exactly the same thing on national public land and buildings in this region. The second thing is I really would value your help in two buildings specifically, which we really would like to get going for human settlement, the one being the Woodstock Hospital and the other one being the Helen Bowden property. There are many, many people who are waiting for specifically inner city development and opportunity. And of course, we need help to actually get these properties available to the development of and creation of those opportunities. So if you help and guarantee you can help with that, then of course I will help you with making that list available.
Thank you, Premier. Are there any follow-up questions? I don't see any hands raised. There, Honourable Murray, over to you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm very concerned by that question which is asked by my good friend, Honourable Cameron Dugmore. Why does he want to know the properties? Will he give the list to future land invaders based on the court's decision against the city of Cape Town? I'm very concerned that land invasion is becoming part of EFF and ANC policy. Now they want to know which land is state land so that tomorrow we can wake up and find out, Mr. Premier, are you serious about making that land, properties available, the list to land invaders?
Thank you, Honourable Murray. Premier?
Another question to the Premier.
That is a question to the Premier.
Thank you, Honourable Murray.
Thank you very much, Honourable Deputy Speaker. It sounded more like a question to the Honourable Leader of the Opposition, but exactly that's the point. The point is, and that's why I reversed the challenge to say, well, let's see what National Public Works does and telling us which buildings are available across this province, because exactly that's the risk right now in the system. And we need to make sure that the Honourable Dugmore is not using this opportunity for specifically that purpose to invade these pieces of property where we actually are trying to find opportunities for people and citizens in this province. And it is really, really upsetting that we have to spend so much money in this province trying to protect these properties from the illegal occupations. And of course, even these properties that have got fully fledged plans for creating opportunities specifically in inner city or inner town developments like the two that I've just mentioned. And it is really sad that we can't get this going quickly and get this going in the interests of the citizens of our province.
Thank you, Premier. Honourable Claire Hall.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. What I would like to know from the Premier is that, noting his response in terms of the question from Honourable Dugmore, whether the province is prepared to shy away from its stance of selling private land to private individuals, and then rather use them for development for affordable housing purposes in the province. Let us not concentrate on what Honourable Murray is saying. I don't think it's going to take us anywhere because our people need land.
Thank you, Premier.
Thank you very much. And to the Honourable Member, I'm going to say no, because we have to analyse every single piece of property. Not every piece of property is going to only be used for human settlements. Some need to be used for schools. Some need to be used for healthcare. Some need to be used for any of the departmental needs. And of course, some can be used for human settlements. And so we have to apply our mind to all of those pieces of property. And then once we've done that, some pieces of property could be sold to fund twice as many opportunities as would be given on that specific property. So we also have to apply our minds and apply economics at the same time, because we also know that our budgets are being slashed at the moment because of bad policy and ANC government at a national level. Our income is going to really be deteriorating over the next few years. We've got to try and get as much opportunity for the citizens as possible. And of course, we also see the demand climbing. The demand is also climbing because people are leaving failed ANC provinces to come here to look for opportunity. So we need to be able to apply our mind. And in some cases, we will apply our mind where a piece of property might not be needed for a school or a hospital or some other government use. And we might sell that property and take those funds and provide 2 and 3 and 4 times the opportunity when it comes to human settlement.
Thank you very much. And the final cherry goes to Honourable Lily. Honourable Marie, if you can just lower your hand, please.
No. Thanks, Speaker. No, Speaker, my question to the Honourable Premier is that why are we not the members of the provincial legislature? Why, as and when he has to account on matters, he would refer us to national as if we are a national parliament? Why he is failing to account on matters pertaining to the issues of the Western Cape instead of referring us to national government, which we are not part of?
That's a new question.
Honourable Premier, you may answer.
I mean, listening to that question, I mean, it's one of those questions that are very difficult to answer because I've got no idea which specific department, what it's for. But what I can tell you is that there is massive failure from every department at a national level. And that's probably why many times we have to refer to these departments, because they hinder any kind of growth opportunity in our country. They hinder opportunities for our citizens. If we just take the last 10 years, our citizens are poorer because of national departments, national policy, ANC policy, and absolute ANC failure. And that's put such pressure on us as an effective government that is able to deliver on behalf of its citizens. But jeepers, we have a hard time from national. And of course, we got to refer to this failure at national level often because it is massive. And that's why we refer to it, Honourable Lily. And thank you very much for bringing it up.
Thank you very much. Sorry, Honourable Heron, we've exhausted all 4 opportunities. If you could just lower your hand, and please can I ask that you mute your microphones? There's some feedback in the back. We now move over to question 2. I recognise Honourable Madikizela, Minister Madikizela.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and thank you to Member Nkondla for the question. The Western Cape government did not pay for rental of the CTICC. There was a 100% discount of the rental of the CTICC. However, there was a charge for the operating cost of the facility. These costs are deemed to be justifiable as they were calculated more on a cost recovery as opposed to a profit basis. The charge for the operating cost was 36.2 million and included the following: staff cost of CTICC for running the facility while being used as a hospital, waste management, cleaning consumables, electricity consumption, water consumption, lift and escalator maintenance, generator maintenance, pest control, plumbing maintenance, safety costs relating to fire services, CCTV camera, etc., hire of parking bays at a 50% discounted rate, laundry cost, decontamination cost, post-occupation, build-up cost and breakdown cost, catering for patients. It must also be noted that this amount does not include the costs incurred by the Department of Health for oxygen installation, beds, IT, etc., as they were all separate contracts, work done through Department of Health contracts already in place. That is the answer to your question through you, Deputy Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Honourable Nkondlo, do you want a follow-up question?
Yes.
Over to you.
Okay. Deputy Speaker, the 32.6 million that the Minister is referring to as operational costs, if Minister can just indicate, because I understand and he can confirm that the facility has now been closed. So this is a 32.6 million that has been paid from the start, which is around July, when the facility was up and running to now, which is almost a month of this facility. Is that the case? And further than that, how many, because my question around whether it is justifiable is trying to understand, the cost benefit, that the cost that we had to incur, which is the 32.6 million at this point, how many patients to date did we were serviced in this particular hospital, just to understand that particular cost benefit. So I'm just trying to understand now two things. One is at this point, this facility is closed. So this 32.6 is the cost of the period since it was open, which is somewhere in July to now in August. And also, how many patients did it service during this period?
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you. On your first part of the question, Member Nkondlo, the Cabinet took a decision that the hospital must be decommissioned as of the 17th of September. So that is what is going to happen. I mean, the updated figure in terms of the number of people that were assisted, I don't have it with me, Deputy Speaker, to Member Nkondlo, but I can always furnish that information because it's the report that we are getting on a regular basis from the Department of Health. So I can always give that information to the member to clearly indicate how many patients went in and out from the first day when the CTICC was used, or the Hospital of Hope was used, up to the time when we plan to decommission it.
Thank you, Minister. I recognise Honourable Wenger.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. On the issue of cost benefit for field hospitals, whether the Minister is aware that the Nasrec Field Hospital in Gauteng is estimated at a running cost of 350 million rand, which is 10 times the cost of the CTICC Hospital of Hope, and whether there's any explanation for such vast discrepancies in the amounts and costs of field hospitals between provinces.
Wrong province.
Well,
Minister?
Thank you, Chief Whip. Look, in fact, this gives me an opportunity to respond to the question because, indeed, I mean, if you look at the 36.2 million, just to correct Member Nkondlo, because I think there was a discrepancy in terms of the figures. Not 32.6, it's 36.2. If you look at what the money was spent on, Member Nkondlo, I can assure you that this is the money well spent. And to Member Wenger, I mean, well, I find the figure quite staggering, but maybe the Department of Public Works and Health in the province of Gauteng can actually say in that particular province, give the breakdown as we did, what is that money for? But I mean, it sounds like a very high figure. But in terms of the money that was spent by the Western Cape government, I can assure Member Wenger that this is the money well spent if you look at what the money was spent on.
Thank you, Minister. Honourable Sayed, I saw your hand go briefly up. Was that a question that you were waiting to ask?
No, it was up for mistake, sorry.
Yeah, no problem. Are there any other follow-up questions to this particular question? Honourable Nkondlo, over to you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the response from the Minister and the correction of 36.2, and I would appreciate the information that he would follow with regarding the patient service to them. Now, I just wanted to check, considering that this happened during, this emergency procurement or environment of decisions around, sourcing such activities. Can I just understand from the Minister whether this was done through a deviation, or there were any other options that were considered when this particular project of the Hospital of Hope was considered from a cost point of view that led to the Cabinet rather opting for the option of the City ICC? Thank you.
Thank you. Minister?
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Member Gondlo, if you remember when we were hit by this pandemic, and we got the directive, by the way, from the National Treasury on the route that we need to follow to procure the services of the service provider. And I can assure you that those directives are in line with the National Treasury provision. And in instances, because I mean we're dealing with emergency here, in instances where services are to be procured following, of course, the regulations, when there's emergency, the department did exactly that. But I mean, everything that was done in terms of procurement was above board. For your information, again, Member Gondlo, this is one of the 3 field hospitals that the Auditor General decided to focus on when she decided to audit specific areas during the COVID-19. In our case as a department, this is one of the areas that the AG focused on, and she did find that everything was above board in terms of how the services were procured. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Any last opportunity for a question? If not, Honourable Kondlo, if you can just lower your hand, we'll move then over to question 3. Honourable Marais, is that a question regarding question 2?
Yes,
you may ask. You may ask. Go
Thank
ahead.
you. Premier, in view of our experience we've now gained with the advent of COVID-19, are you considering making this, Minister, sorry, a special feature of future plans, Minister of Health, to be in a better state of preparedness should any new pandemic strike us? Or are we going back to where we were in our readiness program prior to the COVID-19? Are you now, do you have plans now? Have you learned anything? And what have you learned during this COVID pandemic that you want to make provision for in your future plans?
Minister Madikizela.
You know, thank you, Member Barra, for the question. In fact, this is one of the issues that we discussed at the cabinet meeting as to whether the manner in which we moved with speed to procure the services during this pandemic shouldn't be a norm. And the reality is that, I mean, it can't be the norm, because when you are faced with the pandemic and emergency, you follow a completely different route to procure services. Under normal circumstances, I mean, you can't. And I think what we can do, which is what we are looking at, is to see whether some of the facilities that we used cannot be retained, so that we can use them as additional to our infrastructure capacity. One of those, for example, is the Bracken Gate. And that's the discussion that we are having as to, I mean, to what extent we can keep some of the facilities that were used for this emergency so that we can add them in our infrastructure portfolio. But of course, I mean, it would be unrealistic, Deputy Speaker, to suddenly think that what was achieved during the emergency, when we were using the Disaster Management Act, can be achieved under normal circumstances. But obviously, certain lessons have been learned. If I can just say that, if you look at just make an example, our road infrastructure and the congestion in our road before COVID and now, we have learned that some of the people really can be productive working from home. There's no need for all of us to be really getting on the road and going to offices. People who must go to offices are those people who cannot be able to do their work from home. So these are some of the lessons, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. We move over to question 3. I recognise Honourable Minister Fritz.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and thank you to the Honourable Kama for asking this question. There are 9 police precincts in the Western Cape in the list of the top 30 murder stations in the country. But the province has identified 11 stations as its priority stations: Bishop Lavis, Delft, Gugulethu, Harare, Khayelitsha, Kraaifontein, Mfuleni, Mitchells Plain, Nyanga, Philippi East, and Philippi, the Hanover part of Philippi. These stations have historically contributed the most murders in the province. The department is in partnership with the city of Cape Town, and we fund the deployment of 500 learner law enforcement officers, Deputy Speaker, in line with the provincial safety plan. And these LEAP officers are meant to be deployed in the priority areas identified by the safety plan to support SAPS and to support the Metro Police, etc. Additionally, the department accredits and trains neighborhood watch structures in these areas. And as part of the monitoring and oversight role of the department, we conduct annual inspections of police stations in these areas and provide feedback to police management. The department implement the court watching brief program on murder cases coming from these areas. The department is also collecting data and conducting research to track and monitor the violence in some of these areas and to provide feedback so that we can be part of an evidence-based approach. The second part of the B part of the question, Deputy Speaker, the department will continue to support the 500 LEAP officials during 2020-2021 year, and they will be deployed in the priority areas, as I mentioned above. Areas-based teams will be established in partnership with the province, which will work together with stakeholders across national, provincial, and local government, and will also involve civil society actors. And I want to say there's some amazing work going on around the civil society part. There's just great work around violence prevention programs. The department coordinates a data committee consisting of representatives from the Department of the Premier, the Department of Transport and Public Works, the Department of Social Development, in order to analyze data pertaining to these stations. The department and the province are working towards the data-led deployment of the LEAP officials and SAPs in these areas. The department is also continuing with its current initiatives, which include working with religious organizations to provide holiday programs to youth. It's also entering into agreements with the neighborhood watches, specifically in the COVID hotspot areas. And there we have seen some amazing work emerging from that. We also will, with the monthly support based on adherence to a set compliance, so that we can start innovative programs with the neighborhood watches in areas to assist us also with regard to our violence prevention programs. facilitating the deployment of Chrysalis graduates in these areas on the extended public work program. And I just want to say we've been getting requests from schools now asking us to also see whether we can't assist with assisting them with matriculants who's about to prepare for the final exam, just in terms of the safety aspects of that. The department determines the policing needs and priorities for the province on an annual basis, and the final report is submitted to the national SAPS to influence resource allocation to the Western Cape. And you know, we're having a huge fight with the national policing around the resource allocation on a constant basis. I thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Honourable Kama, do you want a follow-up question?
Yes, thank you, Deputy Speaker, and let me thank the MEC for the response. Expectedly, Deputy Speaker, I expected to hear that the department is collecting data, the department is analyzing this data, the department is submitting reports, the department and is doing all these things. But what I want to know, Deputy Speaker, is like the recent crime statistics have shown in areas like Nyanga, that now Nyanga is no longer a number one meta capital because of the efforts that we've seen, the stabilization interventions that have been conducted by SAPS in Nyanga, the work that has been done by CPF in Nyanga. Now, what we want to understand is what was the role of the department in that operation? Did the department, how has the department assisted, for example, the CPF in the area? What other interventions has the department put in the area so that we can say that what we are doing as a department to fight or to make this province safe is contributing to the fight? I don't want to talk about the law enforcement officers because every time we hear that they are meant to, we are not told what are they doing, but we see them in evictions, in Kailicha, we see them in all these other illegal acts, we see them being paraded by Angus Mackenzie. So we want to know what is the department doing in fighting crime as police are currently doing it alone with the communities. Thank you.
Thank you. Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. That's an excellent question from the Honourable Member, because I think when the ANC and some of our members get into our heads that we all work in a collaborative way, that we work not as this unit or that unit. I think the question you asked me was very specific, but when we realize that most of our 4 law enforcement agencies work under the command of the South African Police, they have in the early morning, they have a operational strategic planning program where they, before they go out, they decide where and they look at the data. And I think it's important, specifically as he pointed out, that Nyanga is not anymore the kind of capital. It's now Kailicha. It just sits somewhere else. But the point I think we need to make and we need to emphasize is that all partners, all components of this machine must be in place, and the CPFs must be in place. And most of them are in place and contributing. The neighborhood watches must be in place, and they must contribute, and they must be accredited. All police formations must be in place. It's only at political level where we have these little differences and we don't even understand it ourselves. You know, we were always fighting about law enforcement vis-a-vis South African police, vis-a-vis Metro Police. I want to emphasize on the ground, all those police officers work and defend each other. And that's part of why Nyanga has now been moved as not a capital anymore. It's now, it's now Kailicha. And we're trying to bring the same kind of approach, same kind of emphasis on collaborative work, on working with everyone, on getting our relationships also at a provincial and national level. And I want to say, I think we're getting it really, really doing well in that regard. And it's also all of government approach. It's not just docs. It's every other department, from the Premier's department right through, as I emphasize. And I think it's important to acknowledge and to realize that it is all of government and all of society. And until we appreciate and work with the city, work with national, work with the province, we're not going to get this this crime down. And I think that's an important point for the Honourable Kama to remember. I thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. I recognise Honourable Christians.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, if the Minister can just tell us, we know that the province got an oversight role and they don't have operational powers. How did his encounters, his meetings that he have with the Provincial Commissioner, how did that influence the deployment of SAPs? Seeing that the department has the data and they do the data analysis, how did that strengthen the movement of his department with the role of SAPs? And the same with the LEAP officers, seeing that it's a partnership with the city, the LEAP officers, what communication does he have with the city in order to influence the analysis that they have? Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Christians. Honourable Minister.
I think another good question, Honourable Christian, thanks for that question, because it is precisely because of the approach and our discussions with the National Provincial Commissioner, General Matakata. When we approached the hotspot strategy for COVID, it was necessary for us to also look at how policing is going to be influenced in an operational way in all the hotspot areas. And I can tell you it was at a level with our discussions with the Provincial Commissioner Matakata that was given effect to because of our relationship and because she could understand the need for that. And in that command, our LEAP officers fell in, our other law enforcement officers, everyone fell into place. And sometimes I get the impression that the Honourable, and I'm saying it with respect, I'm not attacking the Honourable Kama, you sometimes think that in the city there are only 500 LEAP officers that we fund. They forget that before we even came onto the scene, there were other law enforcement officers, and there were other law enforcement agencies and other law enforcement contingents that always operated within the province and within the city specifically. And so I must emphasize it was that continuous collaboration, even though we don't have operational command and control, which many of our of our members think we have, but we don't. And it was that cooperation with our Provincial Commissioner, and it speaks to the great relationship that we have because we respect the member, the Honourable General in charge. But it's that relationship that affected that all our people work everywhere in every hotspot area as it was requested from us, followed by the data, because we had to get some of that stuff down. So I thank you for that question. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Honourable Allen.
Thank you so much, Deputy Speaker. To the Minister, the quarterly crime stats released recently pointed to a significant decrease in the number of crime categories. And as you alluded that during this period, the first 500 law enforcement officers were deployed in our hotspot areas. And I have no doubt that it contributed to these decreases. But what I would like to know from the Minister, that according to the crime stats, how has crime decreased or changed in our priority areas? Thank you.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Allen, for that question. And so, while the lockdown has contributed in a real way, it has played a significant role in the decrease of the murders and crime all around. So too, as the deployment of the additional 500 law enforcement officers through the Western Cape government, funded by the Western Cape government, played an important role through our Western Cape safety plan, and specifically in our 11 priority areas. And we have seen the decrease in almost all priority areas. And I wish to really commend our LEAP officers under the command, the overall command of SAPS, on the sterling contribution that they have done to getting that down. And even when they were asked, now there was a lot of synergy, honourable members, between the crime hotspots and the hotspot areas of COVID. And so it was when we were asked to look at how do you just also redirect some of the resources to some of the COVID hotspots. It wasn't difficult because in most cases they overlapped. I also need to commend the coordination and the integration efforts by SAPS, by the SAD, NDF, and the city, as I said. But it's important to remember it was a collaborative role. It was all of the law enforcement agencies, including the Metro Police, in working together during this time to collectively decrease the kind of crime through their visibility. You remember the roadblocks we had everywhere. You couldn't go if you were supposed to be in by 8 o'clock or 9 o'clock. You had to be in. There were roadblocks on very strategic places, and the same happened to a lot. So a lot of the stats may also be kind of, artificial because of the lockdown, because it was a kind of unreal situation. But those were visible policing that made that difference, and that is the reality of the situation. I thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Clerco. That's the final opportunity. Apologies, Honourable Murray, but there's no further opportunities for you. Honourable Clerco.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. We welcome the presentation by the Minister, the response. But judging with the fact that the crime hotspot has been diverted towards the taxi violence that is also taking place, of which the Honourable Matigizela is having his hands full as far as to the loss of lives that are happening in that particular area. Now, I want to understand that what is the department's role in ensuring of the protection of lives that is ongoing taxi wars around the city of Cape Town, and in particular the area of Bellville and Paarl, the role of ensuring that there is a cap of that kind of loss of life. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Minister.
Thank you to the Honourable Clerco. I just want to say we, as my colleague, Honourable Minister Bongikosi Matikizela, we all the time speak to each other, we collaborate. Yesterday, the Honourable Member will remember that SAPS closed down that in collaboration with the Department of Transport and Public Works, closed down the Bellville taxi rank. So that happens all the time. And we are all informed because it's always, and I want to emphasize this, it's always a collaborative approach. And it will continue to be that approach. So where it's need be at the moment where the Honourable Matikizela would request assistance, that will happen, that deployment will immediately happen. So, but it's always all of us approach and all of the agency approach. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. That brings us to the end of question 3. Honourable Allen, if you could just lower your hand. We now move over to question 4. I recognise Honourable Riddell.
To the Honourable America, thank you very much for the question. The reply to the question 4.1. Yes, according to the information received, the Speaker, Councillor Henny Nel, adjourned the Council meeting held on 28th of July 2020. In the interest of the health and safety of councillors, following the reporting of a suspected COVID-19 contact case at the municipality. Upon the adjournment, the departure of the Speaker, of councillors comprising of the Democratic Alliance and the Economic Freedom Fighters, the remaining councillors of the African National Congress and the United Democrats continue the meeting and also elected new Speaker. For the sake of maintaining impartiality and to source the basis and grounds relied upon by the ANC and UD coalition in justifying the continuation of the meeting and the validity of the proceedings which followed the adjournment of the meeting by the Speaker, Councillor Henny Nel, including the proposed election of the new Speaker, I addressed correspondence to the Executive Mayor seeking more information and the grounds, if any, rely on by the ANC-UD coalition justifying the continuation of the meeting. I have subsequently received correspondence from the Executive Mayor of Matsikama Municipality, which asserts the legality of the said council meeting, but without any elaboration of the process followed, safe to say that it was conducted in accordance to the rules of order of the relevant legislation. In the absence of the additional information, I am not in the position to comment on the process that was followed in the purported election of this new speaker. 4.2, in the absence of full details pertaining to the purported election of the new speaker, I am unable to make a pronouncement on the legality thereof. It is furthermore necessary to state that based on legal advice received, the matter is of a political nature and according to case law, so I am advised it would be more appropriate for the political party or parties whose interests have been directly prejudiced by the actions of the ANC and UD coalition to seek appropriate relief, including from the court of law, in the event that it wishes to contest the legality of the purported election of the new speaker, 28th of July 2020. I thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Honourable America, do you want a follow-up question?
Yes, Deputy Speaker, I'd like to pose a question to the Minister.
Over to you.
Thank you for the answer to the question, Minister. If one, based on what you were saying in terms of the answer, a chronology of events that took place at the time on the 28th of July, the council speaker was elected. On the 30th of July, Minister, the Hawks raided the Matsakama municipality in connection with alleged fraudulent PPE contracts. On the 31st of July, the speaker that was elected on the 28th convened a special council meeting where he instructed that all councillors should hand in their laptops. Would it be fair to infer that either the incriminating evidence or evidence to be eliminated from councillors' laptops that's related to the raid of the previous day or could possibly be planted on certain councillors' laptops, or both? Could you just respond to that, please, Minister?
Over to you, Minister.
This is very difficult for me because I'm being asked to speculate. I prefer to honourable member to work with the facts. Nevertheless, yeah, the Hawks invaded, and we need to acknowledge the fact that I'm very cautious, and we need to understand that the councillors do have a right to also say no. And I will, if it's my personal, if I was in that position, I would hand my laptop to the Hawks, but not to a council that's being raided by the Hawks. That's my personal opinion, but yeah.
Thank you, Minister. I recognise Honourable Smith.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, a majority of councillors submitted a Section 29 notice to the then Speaker to convene a meeting on the 24th of July. Also, in terms of Rule 11 of the Council Rules, the motion in terms of Section 39 and 40 was included. Also, Rule 38 motion to Noonman. The Speaker acknowledged the request but refused to honour it. Meeting did not take place per request. A second request into the same process above was sent to the Speaker for the meeting of the 28th of July. At normal council meetings on 30 July, the amendment into Rule 38 include the motion on council agenda per the council rules. The Speaker refused to acknowledge the inclusion of a motion on the agenda, whilst the majority in the council supported the inclusion. The Speaker refused to entertain requests to proceed with the meeting, and despite majority position, closed the meeting without taking any motion to voting. He and opposition walked then out, and the remaining councillors selected an interim speaker and continued with the meeting and handled the agenda and elected.
Point of order, Deputy Speaker.
Yeah. And whom am I speaking to? Who's the point of order from?
Is Tlago, Deputy Speaker.
Honourable Member, what's your point of order?
There is one of our guests, Nomawe to Smukwan, whose mic is on and is making a very bad reflecting noise.
Thank you very much. I actually thought I was hearing that clicking noise again. Can I please make sure that all guests, their microphones are off? If I can ask ICT just to check. Thank you very much. You may proceed, Honourable Smith. Honourable Smith, have you finished your question?
Deputy Speaker, I'm done. Thank you.
Okay, so over to you, Minister. My apologies.
Well, Honourable Speaker, Deputy Speaker, to be honest, Honourable Smith didn't ask a question. He started to answer the original question. The Mayor could just send us the facts and we will work with the facts. It's obviously an internal fight in the ANC. All that I can request the MEC in the province is that we stick to the rule of law. I mean, there's no such thing as an interim speaker, to be quite honest with you. There's a process, the majority, and the Honourable Smith know me. I've always said it because I've done it where DA control has to be has become a minority. And I said to them, call your council meeting. That's democracy, and we need to respect democracy. This seems like there's there's a lot of towing and throwing. If the Mayor sends us the facts, we can deal with the facts, but I don't have local standing. If you go to the outsuring judgments of the Speaker, this is the parties that's involved can decide to take it to court if they wish, but that's where we stand.
Thank you, Minister. Honourable America.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Minister, at the same council meeting on the 31st of July 2020, the appointment of the Chief Financial Officer was discussed. Do you have any knowledge as to what the outcome of that discussion was? Had a Chief Financial Officer been appointed? Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. Honourable Minister.
Honourable Member, the Article 56 and 57 appointees, after the council gone through their process, they need to get my concurrence, so they will send me the facts and I will definitely look into this. Remember, I need to follow the legal process. So if the person's qualified, if it was a legal council meeting, then it's not for us to decide who they must appoint. They must just stay within the legal framework. So in other words, the advertisement put certain conditions there, the laws put certain conditions there, and if they adhere to the qualifications and the experience, then it's their prerogative to appoint, but I will definitely see to it that it's within the legal framework.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. I see there's no further follow-up questions. Honourable America, if you can just lower your hand, and we will then...
Deputy Speaker, I have another follow-up question.
You may.
Minister,
you have the last opportunity.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Minister, it appears to be that there's a relative instability within the municipality with regard to the appointments of certain employees to fulfill certain tasks. Would you say that inter-party conflict and rivalry had an effect on service delivery?
There's no conflict.
Order.
Yeah,
continue, please, Honourable America.
Yeah, I'm done, Deputy Speaker. Thank you. Over
to the Minister.
Honourable Deputy Speaker, there's no doubt that with any council where there's instability within the political domain, there's a direct link to the non-delivery of services. So it's always very worrying when there's internal battles within a municipality or an unstable political environment. There's more than enough evidence that will show us that that leads to the administration falling apart. That's got a direct link to the non-delivery of services. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. That concludes question 4. We move over to question 5. I recognise the Honourable Minister Fernandes.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I wish to thank the Honourable Member Brinkhuis for his question. The question is 2 parts. The first part, whether the department will consider scrapping the rent charges. I unfortunately have to inform the Honourable Member that the department cannot consider scrapping the rent since the property is not owned by the Department of Social Development. The shelter needs to approach the landlord or landowner of the property to negotiate either a reduction or a scrapping of the rent. In terms of question 2, whether we have provided any assistance, I can confirm that the shelter is not funded by the department, as they did not apply for funding during the previous call for proposals. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Honourable Brinkhuis, you want a follow-up question?
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. No follow-up questions. Thank you.
Noted. Honourable Bosman, I see you.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, through you, if I could perhaps ask Minister Fernandez if she could outline broadly what assistance her department provides for victims of gender-based violence in shelters across, and maybe perhaps outline what that call for proposal for funding entails as well.
Over to you, Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Gillian, for the question. There could be a lengthy response, or I could just talk to it at a higher level. The support that we provide through our victim empowerment program aims to support victims and survivors of crime and violence, including gender-based violence, and also to the families of those impacted by trauma that they might have experienced. So firstly, one needs to understand what is a victim. It is a person who has suffered physical, mental, or emotional harm, including economic loss or substantial impairment of their fundamental rights through crime or violence. Our Social Development Department, supported by service providers in the Western Cape, offers support to victims. There's a range of support services, but I think what is important to say that a shelter is a place where victims of crime and violence are able to live for anything from a day to approximately 3 to 4 months, depending on the needs of the victim or survivor. And the shelters assist us. I had a meeting with 20 of them on Monday morning. They assist us with meeting basic needs, such as providing a safe place to live, protection, food and clothing. They provide emotional support, such as trauma debriefing and therapeutic counseling. They also do provide information, and many of them have skills development programs. They do programs on victims' rights and capacity building. And they also assist victims and survivors for preparation for court procedures. So a shelter for victims of crime and violence does not provide statutory services to children. Therefore, our shelters cannot accommodate children without their parents' legal guardians. We have economic independence of women who need to leave abusive partners. And we also have court diversion programs for perpetrators. So the focus is not only on the victim, but also on the perpetrator. In terms of funding, the proposal for funding is advertised, and I would encourage people to go to the government website. The link is there and all the detail is provided. Some of our call proposal dates have closed, but it would be useful to go and check the different proposals that are out on the website. Thank you, Honourable Gillian.
Thank you, Minister. Are there any other follow-up questions for the Minister? No follow-up questions? Right, thank you, honourable members. This is the end of questions for oral reply. Outstanding replies will be printed on the Hansard. Thank you very much. We now move on to statements by members in terms of Rule 145. There will now be an opportunity for you to speak for 2 minutes. I recognise the DA.
After the DA. Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker. Honourable Deputy Speaker, we have witnessed exceptionally disturbing attacks on our transport system this week. Most recently, 6 Golden Arrow buses were stoned and innocent passengers injured, requiring hospitalization for further care. Deputy Speaker, these attacks come at a time when there's an increasing amount of taxi violence occurring over whom controls which routes, as well as infighting amongst operators. Deputy Speaker, a Golden Arrow spokesperson confirmed that the attacks on the buses were linked to taxi operators in the area, as they have been intimidated repeatedly and openly told that they should not operate in the area. The assault on our transport system is of grave concern, as it not only affects the lives of our residents, but their livelihoods as well. This untenable situation cannot continue. Deputy Speaker, we cannot be held hostage by thuggery, violence and destruction, which threatens to risk the progress of individuals as well as the province as a whole. Deputy Speaker, I welcome the continual engagement of the Provincial Transport Department, led by Minister Madikizela, to provide solutions and mediate in order to achieve conflict resolution. In conclusion, Deputy Speaker, I urge all stakeholders, including the South African Police Services and law enforcement, to take every possible legal measure to ensure that these solutions are indeed achieved and remain long-lasting for the benefit of all our residents. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I recognise the ANC.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Speaker, as Women's Month draws to a close, we are saddened by rising numbers of GBV and femicide. To win the battle against GBV and femicide, we need to take heed to Alexandra Kolontal's message when she said the specific economic factors were behind the subordination of women. Natural qualities have been a secondary factor in this process. Only the complete disappearance of these factors, only the evolution of those forces which at some point in the past gave rise to the subjection of women, is able in a fundamental way to influence and change their social position. Women can become truly free and equal only in a world organized along new social and productive lines. We can only win this war when we stop pursuing individual women's rights and advance towards a common goal of full women emancipation. The provincial government should play a central role in this. The point of departure should be a pro-women budget and more resources towards the fight against GBV, as well as opening up more opportunities for women in senior management. These are non-existent in the Western Cape. This is important to leverage women in their quest for full emancipation. We also understand GBV to involve power dynamics between males and females. In closing, Speaker, I call on women to support one another as we fight to end GBV and the attainment of a goal of full emancipation of women. I thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I recognise the EFF.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The EFF welcomes yet another Western Cape High Court judgment against the inhuman and treacherous acts of the DA-led Seat of Cape Town for carrying out illegal evictions against the community of Mfuleni. This is the latest part on a series of judgments produced by the
Honourable Member, if you could just wait 1 minute. Can I please ask the members to put their microphones off?
Okay. What time is it? Let me try to...
Honourable Sayed, I think that's you, if I can hear you. If you can just put your microphone on mute. You may continue.
My microphone is on mute, Deputy Speaker.
Sorry, my apologies. I'm just trying to find out who it is. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. This is the latest part on a series of judgments produced by the Western Cape High Court, which includes Hangberg, Ocean View, and Khayelitsha eviction matters, where the court attempted on numerous occasions to school the Seat of Cape Town that no evictions can be carried out under lockdown and that only the court of law can order evictions. However, it is not surprising that the DA-led Seat of Cape Town continued to defy court judgments. This is in line with their belief that Western Cape is a country in itself and that they are a law unto themselves. This is captured in the court judgment where both judges likened the brutal eviction of Xolani as remnants of apartheid-era brutal forced removals. The court further ordered the South African Police Services to sit and watch, but to constantly take action against those carrying out the illegal evictions and violating South African laws in the process. The EFF's legal intervention on the matter also resulted in the court ordering the Seat of Cape Town to return all confiscated building material from the homeowners, who in addition must be compensated to the value of 2,000 each. The court has set a correct precedent in this regard, and that this be standard approach against all those who continue to undermine the land rights of Black people. I thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I recognise the DA.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, a report by the United Nations Development Programme shows that a third of the South African middle class has been wiped out as a result of the socio-economic conditions under the COVID-19 pandemic. Honourable Deputy Speaker, the report shows that over half of households in the country are now on temporary employment contracts. Effectively, the fight against the eradication of poverty and inequality was placed on hold. Up until last week, residents were still largely suffering under the narrow-minded regulations in the name of disaster risk management. Ironically, Speaker, this report showcased the disaster created by the ANC and the self-made second pandemic, which we must now face as a nation. Reports, facts, and data now clearly tell us that the unduly extended heart-long in South Africa is not viable, it is destructive. It is clear that the severity of this crisis has not been realized by the ANC as national government, and earlier, as we heard in the debate by the ANC members in this parliament. If Pretoria and them, then they would direct every effort to tackle the second pandemic. With this, I make one statement clear today. The decline of our economy could and should have been avoided. The ANC government does not have the political will to build a capable, caring state. It needs a DA government that is serious about economic rehabilitation and create opportunities to better the life of every resident. A party that does not seek to serve the interests of its political allies like the ANC does. That does not fight corruption through years of commissions of inquiries, but the one that puts the needs of the people first. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Honourable Members, I now hand over to the Speaker. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Honourable Members, thank you very much. And now we're going to the good party. I recognize Honourable Heron.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, yesterday the Office of Cape Town Mayoral Committee member Zahid Badruddin said that they are appealing to all communities to stop feeding homeless people on the streets, to stop giving clothes, and to stop giving money. They said by enabling a homeless person to remain on the street, we lock them out of opportunities that are available in shelters. This approach, starve people on the streets so that they are forced to go to shelters, assumes, of course, that there are enough shelters for the homeless. Last year, MACO member JP Smith was quoted by the Sunday Times saying that there are enough shelter spaces for all the homeless people in the city of Cape Town. However, the Western Cape's Minister for Social Development confirmed to this House that last year there was a shortage of thousands of shelter spaces within the city of Cape Town. The Minister indicated that just 1,499 shelter spaces were available last year for the estimated 7,000 or more homeless people. Had the DA given 43 million rand to shelters instead of renting tents for a few weeks, the annual budget to shelters would have tripled. 43 million rand for 6 weeks rent when you can buy a whole marquee tent for just 85,000 rand. Waste and corruption, and now the DA is asking all communities to let people starve on the streets. Neither our city nor provincial governments provide enough shelters to protect and care for the homeless, but now the DA is asking the communities to stop feeding starving people too. The DA's treatment of homeless and hungry people is mad. Fining them and now telling them to stop feeding the hungry, even when you know there are not enough shelters. I do hope that the caring communities who are feeding homeless people ignore your calls. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Heron. Honourable Members, I now recognize the ACDP, Honourable Christians.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, the ACDP in the Western Cape believes that the solution to South Africans' current problems are to strengthen provincial powers in our federal system by allowing each province to govern over its own affairs, such as police, education, and our health system, while we remain a province of South Africa. Although the Cape Independence Advocacy Group is gaining momentum in calling for an independent Western Cape, this call is unrealistic and will never happen. They think by calling for a referendum, independence will happen. Our constitution only allows for the premier of a province and the president of the country to call for one. Secondly, even if a referendum does take place, and even if the people in the Western Cape voted for the Western Cape to be independent, neither are legally binding on anyone. The only way for the Western Cape to be independent is for the Parliament to amend the constitutions by a 2/3 majority. Speaker, this will never happen. Speaker, in addition to this, it's almost impossible to try to comprehend the budget implications we would face should we become independent. Border control and law enforcement are only two aspects that will add severe economic pressure. The ACDP in the Western Cape is appalled at the racist agenda being driven and promoted by this movement. Supporting racial division and disruption will only set us back as a nation. It is extremely disheartening to see the Cape Independence Advocacy Group misleading the people of the Western Cape by luring them into empty promises that can never be fulfilled. I thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Christians. Honorable members, I now recognize the ANC.
Honorable Speaker, the African National Congress. Yes.
Order, honorable members. Honorable Christians, what's your point? Your time ended. All right, thank you.
Speaker's not me. Sorry, it's not me that interjected.
Oh, thank you, Honorable Christians.
Also
Honorable
noted.
members, I recognize the ANC.
Honorable Speaker, the African National Congress notes the continued lack of political leadership in education in the Western Cape. When political leaders across the globe were displaying caution in the reopening of schools or ensuring that they strenuously work with all stakeholders to ensure the safety of learners and their families, our Provincial Department of Education continued to display attitude of arrogance. And it was led politically. I'm not blaming the officials here. Repeatedly, the ANC questioned in this House whether the schools in our province, especially those in poor areas, were ready for reopening. And as reality now shows, some were far from prepared, and this is due to lack of political leadership. Our educators, who are already under pressure under normal circumstances, have now the added responsibilities of guaranteeing that the safety and health measures regulated by law are adhered to. Given that classes were half in size and assistant educators were to be appointed to double up the supervision and educator numbers, the Honourable MEC of Education provided little leadership. Now only, when matriculants are on the way to their final examinations, the department started advertising as there's a critical shortage of matric educators. Yet there is still something that can be done to salvage the academic year if the political leadership of the department works with all stakeholders, unions, parents, educators, and learners. We need all hands on deck, Honourable Speaker. The ANC will support such an initiative in ensuring all cooperate to save our children's futures. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Said. Honorable members, I now recognize the DA.
Honourable Speaker, we have reached a point where there is effectively less than 16 weeks left of the 2020 academic year. After the 4-week closure of schools, the Department of Basic Education revealed that of the 13 million children who are expected to be back at school, only 10 million returned. Speaker, I'm afraid that the ANC still fails to realize the impact their inconsistent measures and particularly the constant change of reopening dates during the lockdown have impacted the learners in our country. They are still not doing enough to revive the remainder of the academic year. In the debate today, we saw that these measures served political interests of the ruling National Party without real consideration of the future of our children. Speaker, the country has an alarmingly high dropout rate. Along with the even higher numbers of illiteracy, we are seriously running out of time to make things right. Today, I want to address once again the lack of political will behind prioritizing education. Fortunately, in the Western Cape, we have long started to focus on the retention rate with the same level of attention given to the pass rate. The WCED has issued extensive guidelines for teachers and learners how to use online resources optimally, but also put up its best fight for those who have really depend on in-classroom activity. Speaker, at this stage, we're missing 3 million learners, 3 million futures, and possibly the well-being of 3 million households, and we have less than 16 weeks to get them back. I call on the DBE, act decisively on the future of our learners now. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Porter. Honorable members, I now recognize the FF+.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, the Freedom Front Plus supports a post-COVID-19 recovery plan that will include structural reform measures that will rid society of the idea that chronic poverty is a solely black condition. Poverty affects all races and cultures. Land invasions, if not halted, will therefore become a legal right to be exercised by all citizens, coloureds included and whites in the Western Cape. Then race should be taken out of the picture if land invasions is a right. This will lead to chaos and anarchy. The action by illegal people, foreigners invading land, should be declared criminal. And they should be repatriated to where they came from. The indigenous people's right to land in the Western Cape should be restored, and not that of Zimbabweans who have no legal right here, or any other country north of South Africa. The recovery plan should include amending certain municipal bylaws with regard to land invasions, rental housing, and urban renewal plans. Agri-South Africa should be assisted to ensure the preservation of food security in the Western Cape and safety on farms. We need new town planning measures relating to its design to make the Cape Flat safe for women and children, irrespective of race. We appeal to the Premier, therefore, that the recovery plan
Honorable Marais, thank you. Your time is up.
To preserve the Cape's
Thank you very much, Honorable Marais.
And revive
your time is up. Baie dankie, meneer. Baie dankie. Akbare, baie dankie. Honorable members, I now recognize Al-Jamaa.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Al-Jamaa wants to reiterate the urgent need for personal protective equipment, PPE, for all burial undertakers, as all burial undertakers are also frontline workers. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, honorable members. Thank you, Honorable Brenkes. I now recognize the DA.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, through a parliamentary question, we have learned that the South African Police Services does not record specific statistics under the gender-based violence category of crimes. Instead, GBV is noted by SAPS as a so-called generic term to encompass, amongst others, rape, assault, and grievous bodily harm. Speaker, inasmuch as President Ramaphosa rightly pronounced GBV a national pandemic, the time to proactively treat it as one has long passed. During the nationwide lockdown, women were severely limited in receiving support for gender-based violence. The National GBV Command Call Center recorded over 3,000 cases for the lockdown alert levels 5, 4, and 3. And with the stretching of policing resources and limited functioning of courts, too often cases have gone without prioritization and a lack of access to the protection orders that women so desperately need. Speaker, this tells us two critical things. Firstly, we need to adopt a smart, data-led approach to fight the GBV pandemic. Just as an intelligent use of data informs decision-making in beating COVID-19, a similar model with the same vigor is required to defeat the scourge of gender-based violence. Secondly, Pretoria needs to muster concerted efforts across departments in this fight. It should follow the Western Cape's lead in the provision of a court-watching brief unit with the necessary teeth on a nationwide scale to support the criminal justice system and improve accessibility to legal services for victims of gender-based violence. Honourable Speaker, the nationwide lockdown highlighted and exacerbated gender-based violence, and it has deteriorated the economic standing of women and of women of colour in particular. I call on our leaders, starting with the President, to address these systemic institutionalized crises with the political will and fervour desperately needed to eradicate this tragic pandemic. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Bosman. Honorable members, that concludes member statements. I now wish to give an opportunity to the members of the executive that a minister should, if they so wish, to respond to the member statements for no more than 5 minutes in terms of Rule 145, subsection 6. Is there any member of the executive that wishes to respond? Going 1, 2, 3. None. Thank you. Honorable members, that concludes the member statements, and now we begin with the motions, and the notices of motions will go first. I now recognize Honorable Christians.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, the ACDP moves that this House debates the ongoing alcohol-related offences in the Western Cape. I thank you. I so move.
Thank you, Honorable Christians. Honorable members, I now recognize Honorable Makamba Pocha.
Thank you, Speaker. On behalf of the EFF, I rise to give notice that the House debates the failure of Western Cape Provincial Government to deal with institutionalized racism in schools. I thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Makamba Pocha. Honorable members, I now recognize Honorable Bota.
Thank you, Speaker. Motion with notice. I move, on behalf of the Democratic Alliance, I move that this House debates the impact of the quintile system on the performance of schools in the Western Cape. I so move.
Thank you, Honorable Bota. Honorable members, I now recognize Honorable Dagmo.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I move without notice, with notice, that this House, noting the refusal by the chairperson of the Western Cape Legislature Portfolio Committee on Local Government, Honourable Derek America, to convene a meeting to consider the evidence of complaints against the Honourable MEC Bradell and senior officials of the provincial government, therefore calls on the Speaker to investigate this matter, given that this decision undermines the legislature's responsibility to maintain robust oversight over the provincial executive, and further calls on the National Council of Provinces
Honorable, the leader of the opposition.
Yes.
This is now notices of motions, and
yes.
This is not what you are delivering is not.
No, Chair, I have one more sentence to go. I'm giving notice, if I can conclude, that the House further calls on the NCOP Portfolio Committee to investigate the allegations contained in the dossier of evidence. I so move.
All right, I will come back to this. This motion is inadmissible. I'll come back to that.
Could you clarify in what sense that is a motion with notice? To what extent is it inadmissible?
The structure and the convention of motions with notice in terms of the rules. That's not the nature of a motion with notice.
I would appreciate you providing the backup for that statement, because it's clear that I'm moving with notice. I'm giving notice to this House of a matter that needs to be debated. But I look forward to your reasoning, Speaker.
I'll come back to that, Honorable Dagmo. I promise. Honorable members, I now move to the Honorable Xhego.
Thank you, Speaker. A motion with notice. I rise on behalf of the EFF to give notice that the House debate Western Cape housing crisis and backlog. I so move. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Xhego. Honorable members, I now recognize order, Honorable members. I now recognize Honorable Kama.
Thank you, Speaker. On behalf of the African National Congress, Speaker, I give a notice of a motion that this House at its next sitting debates the destabilizing role the Western Cape DA government backed vigilante system of rogue neighborhood watches has on relations and society as a whole. I so move.
Thank you, Honorable Kama. Honorable members, I now recognize Honorable Makamba Pocha.
Thank you, Speaker. I rise on behalf of economic freedom fighters to give notice that the House debates the funding of shelters for abused women and children. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Makamba Pocha. Honorable members, I now recognize Honorable Xhego.
Thank you, Speaker. A motion with notice. I rise on behalf of EFF that the House debate the Western Cape government's support for black farmers. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Xhego. Honorable members, I now recognize Honorable Brankes. Honorable members, is Honorable Brankes in the House? Okay. Honorable Brankes is there. Honorable Brankes? Honorable members, I move now and I recognize Honorable Makamba Pocha.
Thank you, Speaker. On behalf of economic freedom fighters, I give notice that the House debates the impact of Western Cape's safety plan in light of the increasing violence against women and children, gang violence and tax wars. I thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Makamba Pocha. Honorable members, I now recognize Honorable Xhego.
Thank you, Speaker. I rise on behalf of the EFF that the House debate the constant defiance of Western Cape government in terms of land evictions. I so move, Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Xhego. Honorable members, that concludes the notices of motion. Thank you, honorable members. We now move to the motions without notice. I now recognize Honorable America.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance without notice that the House extends its deepest condolences to the family and friends of Mr. Piet Meyer, former Deputy Speaker of this House, passed away on the 22nd of August 2020 at the age of 80. Mr. Meyer was born on 12 August 1940 and grew up in the small village of Noupoort in the Northern Cape. He held many positions in public office and served the people of South Africa with dignity, humility, and honesty over a period of 4 decades. He held the following positions during his time. 1. He's a member of the Management Committee of Friedenberg, Saldanha Bay municipalities in the 70s. Secondly, he was a member of the House of Representatives in 1984. Thirdly, Deputy Minister of Agriculture in 1987. Furthermore, he was a member of the Western Cape Provincial Parliament, Minister of Agriculture, Affairs and Sport, Western Cape Government, Minister of Transport and Public Works, Western Cape Government, Minister of Health, Western Cape Government, Chief Whip in the Western Cape Provincial Parliament, Deputy Speaker of the Provincial Parliament, Head of Mission, South Africa's Liaison Office, Taipei, Taiwan. Mr. Mayor will fondly be remembered by colleagues and friends across the political divide. Our hearts go out to Dr. Ivan Mayer, Minister of Agriculture in the Western Cape Government and son of Mr. Mayer, and trust that the family will find solace in the legacy left behind by a true son of South Africa. I so move.
Thank you, Honorable America, honorable members. Are there any objections to the motion being moved without notice? No objections, motion agreed to. I would like to request the House that all members rise in their places in order to observe a moment of silence. May his soul rest in peace. We may all be seated. Thank you, honorable members. Honorable members, the next motion is by Honorable Christians.
Thank you, Speaker. Motion without notice. The Speaker, the African Christian Democratic Party, ACDP in the Western Cape, wants to acknowledge the 11-year-old Braden Powell, who saved 2 men from drowning at Fishhook. Speaker, the ACD, we're referring to the recent article which highlighted how Braden, who is part of the Fishhook Surf Life-Saving Nippers, a junior program that teaches children from age 8 to 14 years old life skills and knowledge of the marine environment, was playing with his friend near the beach when he caught sight of the men in trouble and without thinking rushed with his red board and saved the lives of these 2 men that was 150 meters away from shore. Speaker, Braden should be an inspiration to others. I so move. Thank you.
Thank you, honorable Christians, honorable members. Are there any objections to the motion being read without notice? No objections, motion agreed to. Honorable members, I now recognize Honorable Makamba Boja.
Thank you, Speaker. I rise on behalf of EFF that the House notes that the 24th August 2020 marked 1 year after the rape and murder of 19-year-old UCT student Uyinene Mkhojana. Round about the same time, there was also an escalation with regards to cases of gender-based violence and femicide in the country. Despite widespread protest against the scourge and calls to the President and law enforcement houses to toughen the laws against perpetrators of these actions, nothing has been done yet as women and children remain at the mercy of these marauding criminals. I so move.
Thank you, Honorable Makamba Boja. Honorable members, I now recognize Honorable Maran.
Speaker, thanks. Good afternoon to everyone. On behalf of the African National Congress, a motion without notice that this House notes a big suspected neighborhood watch member, now suspended, over the weekend pinned down the young Bradley the Brain of Wolseley, severely assaulted him, left him unconscious, and the young man is now in hospital with head injuries. Further notes the vigilante member then fled the town to a neighboring province. Further note this member of the rogue units. Actions were recorded on a phone camera where the Brain was seen pinned down like the killed American George Floyd by the burly member and severely beaten up, while other members of the Wolseley neighborhood watch even encouraged him, while this big vigilante man also threatened and abused the Brain. Lastly, the suspect had to hand over himself to Wolseley police this morning and missed a public outcry and raised tension. I so moved.
Thank you, Honorable Maran. Honorable members, are there any objections to the motion being read without notice? No objections. Motion agreed to. I now recognize Honorable Philander.
Thank you, Speaker. On behalf of the Democratic Alliance, I move without notice that this House expresses our sincere condolences to the family, friends, and colleagues of the late Councillor Henrietta Sylvester Manganganeni. Councillor Manganganeni served as a PA councillor at the Langeberg municipality and was a dedicated and committed member of the Democratic Alliance. She served the Dear Women's Network as a representative with passion in the Langeberg constituency in the West region. That this House notes that Councillor Henrietta was a mother to many children who were placed in care over several years, which she raised as her very own. That this House further notes that her compassion for cancer patients in her community and dedication to uplift rural women is truly commendable. Speaker, may the dear soul of Councillor Henrietta rest in eternal peace. She will be sorely missed. I so move.
Thank you, Honorable Philander. Honorable members, are there any objections to the motion being read without notice? No objections. Motion agreed to. Honorable members, I now recognize Honorable Kleko.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I move without notice that the House notes that the EFF welcomes the move by the City of Cape Town for coming to its senses for a change and withdrawing the advert intending to renew a 10-year lease on a 49-hectare King Mowbray golf club. Further note that the city did not withdraw the advert out of its own wisdom, but of those who ran it, but due to the mounting pressure from activists in favor of integrated special planning and the building of affordable houses. As EFF, we hope that further sanity will prevail in the heads of those who are running the city to realize that the impact of shortage of affordable housing, especially on the land closer to economic opportunities. I so move, Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Kleko. Honorable members, are there any objections to the motion being read without notice? No objections. Motion agreed to. I now recognize Honorable Mvimbi.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I move a motion without notice that this House note that a 50-year-old Plettenberg Bay restaurant worker appeared on a charge of attempted murder in the local court after shooting at a colleague last Thursday. No injuries were sustained. I so move.
Thank you, Honorable Mvimbi. Honorable members, are there any objections to the motion being read without notice? No objection. Motion agreed to. Honorable members, I recognize Honorable Van der Westhuizen.
Mr. Speaker, I move without notice that this House expresses its heartfelt condolences to the family and friends of the respected and much loved 79-year-old Jane Dowie Dunn, a resident of Stanford, who unexpectedly passed away on the 22nd of June 2020. She will be sorely missed by her family, friends, her Food for Thought family, and the Stanford community. And it is our prayer that they find solace and strength through these trying times of bereavement. I so move.
Thank you, Honorable Van der Westhuizen. Honorable members, are there any objections to the motion being read without notice? No objections. Motion agreed to. Honorable members, I now recognize Honorable Makamba Boja.
Thank you, Speaker. I arise on behalf of economic freedom fighters without notice that the House welcome the recent conviction of Regan Sedgman for the kidnapping, rape, and murder of 6-year-old Davina Europa back on the 24th March 2019. This follows a shocking revelation that the very same man walked away with a slap on the wrist back in January 2017 after he was granted a suspended sentence after he was convicted of raping a 12-year-old girl. The time has come now for South Africa to assess our judges and magistrates and put them under a rigorous training to assess whether they are still fit and proper to remain on the bench. EFF hopes that the court will impose a very heavy and harsh sentence, this time against this man for his treacherous evil deeds. I so move. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Makamba Boja. Honorable members, are there any objections to the motion being read without notice? No objections. Motion agreed to. Honorable members, I now recognize Honorable Maran.
Thanks, Speaker. Speaker, on behalf of the African National Congress, motion without notice that this House notes the attack last Friday near Stellenbosch on owners of Hillcrest Berry Farm, the 77-year-old Raymond and 74-year-old Betty O'Grady, who escaped after being abducted and are recovering from sustained injuries, and commend SAPS investigators who speedily arrested 3 suspects. I so moved. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Maran. Honorable members, are there any objections to the motion being read without notice? No objections. Motion agreed to. I now recognize Honorable Allen.
Speaker, my hand was up, Speaker. To put an objection to something.
What is your objection, Honorable Said?
Not an objection, Speaker, sorry, more just a point of clarity. Something that I've noticed, Speaker, having looked at the list of your motions with notice, Speaker, we've submitted a motion with notice for the Honourable Nkondlo, and it was part of the list that went through with all the others, and I don't see that particular motion on the list. I wanted to know whether she can do it now, or would you prefer that it's done in the next sitting? Thank you. Because it was.
Thank you, Honorable Said. Order, honorable members. The specific motion must be, if it was submitted, it should be with the table staff. If it is not on the list of motions here, but I will inquire before the end of the sitting. I'll come back to that.
Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Said. You are most welcome. Honorable members, I now recognize Honorable Allen.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance without notice to send our sincere condolences and in a devastating loss to the justice fraternity, the human rights champion advocate Hissam Mohammed, who recently sadly passed away. We know that he leaves his wife Rahmat behind, as well as his 2 sons and daughter. He was known as a man for the people, and our sincere condolences is extended to his family, his friends and colleagues. I so move.
Thank you, Honorable Allen. Honorable members, are there any objections to the motion being read without notice?
No objections.
No objections. Motion agreed to. Thank you, honorable members. Honorable members, I now recognize Honorable Peko.
Thank you, Speaker. Motion without notice. I rise on behalf of the EFF that the House notes the recurring protests by former matric learners from the South African College High School calling for the disbandment of the current school governing body. This follows the SGB's reluctance to update the school's code of conduct to be in line with the provincial and national departments' discrimination policies. It is alleged that the school has an entrenched discrimination culture targeting pupils of color, lesbians, gays, bisexuals, transgender, and as well as Muslim community. The EFF calls for the disbandment of this SGP at the school with immediate effect, which must be replaced by a multicultural and multiracial group representing diverse interests of different stakeholders. I so move, Speaker.
Objection.
Objection.
Thank you, honorable members. Honorable Peko, there's an objection. Your motion will be printed in the order paper. Honorable members.
They like the racists.
Order, honorable members. I now recognize Honorable Kama.
Thank you, Speaker. On behalf of the ANC, I rise to move a motion without notice that the legislature notes an 8-year-old boy is killed and a girl of 12 injured by stray bullets on Monday in an Elsis River shooting involving officers of the Cape Metro. I so move.
Objection, Mr. Speaker. The case must be investigated. It was other people who shot the.
Thank you, Honorable. Thank you, Honorable Minister. No motivation.
Honorable Fritz.
Objection has been noted. Honorable members, and the motion will be printed in the order paper. I now recognize Honorable Philander.
Thank you, Speaker. On behalf of the Democratic Alliance, I move without notice that this House strongly condemns the ongoing and increasing attacks on emergency medical staff. That this House further notes that from the 1st of January to the 23rd of August, a total of 43 cases have been recorded, compared in comparison to 30 cases in 2019. That these senseless attacks leave EMS frontline staff severely traumatized in their jobs, whilst having to save lives and fearing for their own. That when EMS staff are held up at gunpoint, it results in double trauma on the staff member and the possibility of a family member of any one of us. And then the House further urges members of the public to report these attacks to the nearest police station without hesitation. I so move.
Thank you, Honorable Philander. Honorable members, are there any objections to the motion being read without notice? No objections, motion agreed to. I now recognize Honorable Makamba Pocha.
Thank you, Speaker. I rise on behalf of the Economic Freedom Fighters without notice that the House notes that on the 31st of August 2020, the Western Cape High Court will be delivering its reserved judgment on the Tafelberg case. The case relates to the unjust manner in which the Western Cape Provincial Government attempted to sell the well-located land in the Sea Point to a private buyer. This was done in the face of West housing affordability crisis in well-located areas within the city. A judgment against the provincial government in this case will be a victory for the people of Western Cape, especially those who have been sidelined to the outskirts and denied access to the well-located land. It will also be a victory for South Africa and a chance for the DA provincial government to develop an integrated spatial planning policy. I so move.
Objection.
Thank you, honorable members. Honorable Makamba Pocha, noting there's an objection, the motion will be printed in the order paper. Honorable members, I now recognize Honorable Smith.
Honourable Speaker. On point
I see a hand. What is your point of order, Honourable Mitchell?
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Speaker, I would like to ask your ruling on whether it is parliamentary for Parliament or the House to take a decision on a judgment that is yet to be delivered. So preempting an outcome of a court judgment.
Also, point of order, Mr. Speaker, if I may.
Thank you, Honourable Michelle. Your point of order, Chief Whip.
Just like to point out Rule 63, which states that no member may suggest what conclusions a court should come to.
Thank you, Honourable Chief Whip, and the Deputy Chief Whip of the Democratic Alliance. I'll come back to this. I need to consult with the table staff. Whilst I'm coming back to that, I just want to move and recognize Honourable Smith.
Thank you, Speaker. I move a motion without notice that the House notes a Sunday charity drive ended in a tragedy when 5 people were killed when a bakkie and 5 motorcyclists crashed near Saldanha Bay. I so move.
Thank you, Honourable Smith. Honourable members, are there any objections to the motion being read without notice? No objections. Motion agreed to. Honourable members, I now recognize Honourable Wenger.
On behalf of the Democratic Alliance, Mr. Speaker, I move without notice that this House commends 11-year-old Braden Powell for his bravery in saving 2 men from drowning. Further, that the House notes that this under-12 nipper at the Fishhook Life Saving Club saw 2 men blown out to sea on an inflatable mattress, grabbed a kneeboard and paddled over 150 meters to help them. Neither of the men were able to swim, so Mr. Powell calmed them down, had them lie in a stable position on the mattress and pushed them safely back to shore. And further, that the House congratulates young Mr. Powell for his exemplary actions. I so move.
Thank you, Honourable Wenger. Honourable members, are there any objections to the motion being read without notice? No objections. Motion agreed to. Honourable members, I now recognize Honourable Xhego.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. The motion without notice, I rise on behalf of the EFF that the House notes with sadness the death of a 2-year-old girl from Guguletu who died inside a shack that caught fire. This is after 2 of his siblings, a 9-year-old and a 12-year-old, managed to escape the fire, leaving the 2-year-old behind inside a burning shack. The EFF calls on the law enforcement officials to investigate what led to the parents not being able to look after the children during this unintended incident, and require punishment to be imposed if there is any form of neglect during this incident. I so move, Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Xhego. Order, Honourable members. Honourable members, are there any objections to the motion being read without notice? No objections. Motion agreed to. I now recognize Honourable Kama.
Thank you very much, Speaker. On behalf of the ANC, I move a motion without notice that the House condemns the incident that took place in Woolsley last weekend, where a neighborhood watch member assaulted a man who is currently fighting for his life in hospital with a serious head injury, and that the DA and its Department of Community Safety should take full responsibility, as the ANC has warned against such vigilante people disguised as community crime fighting structures, conducting policing with no mandate. I so move.
Objection.
Thank you. Order, Honourable members. Objection has been noted. Honourable Kama, your motion will be recorded in the order paper. I now recognize Honorable Botha.
Thank you, Speaker. I move without notice on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that this House congratulates Warrant Officer Javi de Toey on his long-term service award, that this House recognizes his 38 years of service within the South African Police, serving the community of Porterville in the Vredenburg cluster. I so move.
Thank you, Honorable Botha. Honorable members, are there any objections to the motion being read without notice? No objections, motion agreed to. I now recognize Honorable Tlhako.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I motion without notice. I rise on behalf of the EFF that the House note that on the 31st of July 2020, the Public Service Commission produced a report in which it found that the DA-led Western Cape Provincial Government had acted unlawfully in extending a contract of a 65-year-old man who is now 68 as a head of the Western Cape Education Department. This irregular contract extension violated provisions of the Public Service Act, which makes it clear that the approval of the provincial government cannot be bypassed in extension.
Point of order, Speaker.
Order, honorable members. I've got honorable members. I've got the Honorable Kama's hand up. What's your point of order, Honorable Kama?
Thank you very much, Speaker. I think in your rulings made before and the directives, which were also repeated by the Deputy Speaker when we started this sitting, you warned against members interjecting when a member is on podium. There is a time that is provided for members to indicate whether they object or not. But the continuous disruption of the members from the DA when a member is speaking, we can't even hear the motion as other members. But because they assume what the motion is saying, they already interjecting objection, and we can't hear. Can you please protect the member, Speaker, and also protect us as members of this House?
Thank you, Honorable Kama. I fully support the view, and it's what I've repeatedly said. And it is indeed regrettable that honorable members continue to undermine the very rules that we agree upon. And I will definitely deal with that. I just need to say to the honorable members here, please, with your indulgence, support the presiding officers and make sure that we help to run this House in accordance with the rules and the agreed principles of hosting the virtual meetings. And the directives are clear. And if we collapse this meeting, that will mean that you have collapsed your own sitting. So I will make sure that we deal with this continuously. Thank you, Honorable Kama. Honorable members, there was a motion by Honorable Tlhako. I could not hear what Honorable Tlhako was saying, but I heard there's an objection. The motion will be recorded in the order paper. The objection has been noted.
Sorry, on a point of order, Speaker.
Honorable, the leader of the opposition.
Yeah, I think just following up from Member Kama's point of order, we support your ruling, but the problem is that we could not actually hear the motion of Honorable Tlhako. So before you put it, could we please request that we hear the motion and that we can then apply our minds as to whether we object or not, because there's been a lot of disturbance and I would like to hear the motion that was moved by the honourable member. Thank you.
Thank you, honourable members. Order. I would like to request, I will grant that opportunity to Honourable Tlhako, Honourable Dagmo. It is the right of all members to be heard and for all members to hear what is being said. And therefore, I request Honourable Tlhako to indulge the House and address us on the same motion again.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker, for your flexibility there and your ruling. I rise on behalf of the EFF to make a motion without notice that the House knows that on the 31st of July 2020, The Public Service Commission produced a report in which it found that the DA-led government, provincial government, had acted unlawfully in extending a contract of a 65-year-old who is currently 68 to head the Western Cape Education Department. This irregular contract extension violated provisions of the Public Service Act, which makes it clear that the approval of the provincial parliament cannot be bypassed if an extension of that nature is to be made. However, this is a not surprising coming from the Democratic Alliance government, that think that they are law unto themselves, because even when the Premier was alerted of this incompetent conduct by this government, he turned a blind eye. The EFF joins the calls by the Public Service Commission that the DA Premier who approved the court must go and nullify an irregular contract extension of their friend. I so move, Speaker.
Objection. Times 3.
Thank you.
A very strong objection.
Thank you, honorable members.
No
Order, order, honorable members. Thank you. Honorable members, the Honorable Pego, noting the objection to your motion, the motion will be recorded in the order paper. Honorable members, I now recognize Honorable Pans.
Thank you, Speaker. On behalf of the African National Congress, I move without notice that the House commends Cape Art CEO Malin Leroux on being appointed as Afrikaans Language and Culture Society 80KV's new chairperson of its board of directors. I so move.
Thank you, Honorable Pans. Honorable members, are there any objections to the motion being read without notice?
No objections. No objection.
No objection. Thank you, Honorable Fritz. Honorable members, there's no objection. Motion agreed to. I now move to Honorable America.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I move without notice that this House notes the judgment handed down by the Western Cape High Court in which it dismissed the application by opposition party St. George, which rallied to overturn the election of the new executive mayor, Councillor Leon van Wyk. Speaker, additionally, that the High Court noted that the election of the mayor was valid, transparent, and just, dismissing all allegations of procedural bias and malicious intent. Speaker, that this House further notes that the opposition parties have now resorted to breaking quorums for council meetings and refusal to work, and that this is evidence that the opposition parties have no regard for the potential negative impact their actions are having on service delivery and the residents of George. I so move.
Object.
Objection.
Object.
Thank you, honorable members.
Yeah, object.
Thank you. All right, thank you. Thank you, honorable members. Honorable America, there's an objection to your motion. Your motion will be recorded in the order paper. I now proceed. I recognize Honorable Kama.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. On behalf of the ANC, I move a motion without notice that the House calls on the South African Police Services in Ceres to desist from being used by the DA municipality or its hired security as a shield between them and the communities of Ceres, instead of the municipality addressing the genuine struggles pursued by the people of Nduli. I so move.
Object.
Object. Thank you, honorable members. Honorable Kama, an objection has been noted, and therefore your motion will be recorded in the order paper. Honorable members, I recognize Honorable Mitchell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Speaker, I move without notice on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that this House extend its thanks to Mr. Ntobana, who heads the nursing unit at Beaufort West Hospital and who has gone above and beyond when duty called on him during the current worldwide COVID-19 pandemic. Speaker, Mr. Ntombana is a shining example of the type of individual who have made our health system stronger internally through this pandemic. We note that this has not been an easy period, but his leadership has played a pivotal role in easing the fears of staff. Speaker, I move that this House further notes that the dedication and perseverance shown by Mr. Ntobana, who has served as a committed healthcare official against the COVID-19 during the COVID-19 pandemic. I so move.
Thank you, Honorable Mitchell. Honorable members, are there any objection to the motion being read without notice?
No.
No objection. Motion agreed to. I now recognize Honorable Van Vogel.
Thank you, Speaker. On behalf of the ANC, I move without notice that the House notes the Cape's and probably the world's oldest man, 116 years old, Freddie Blom, from Delft, died over the weekend in the Tygerberg Hospital. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Van Vogel. Honorable members, are there any objections to the motion being read without notice?
No.
No objections. Motion agreed to. I now recognize Honorable Philander.
Speaker, on behalf of the Democratic Alliance, I move without notice that this House notes the Multi-Party Standing Committee on Health on the 26th of August 2020 in their proceedings resolved that a formal notice of congratulations be extended to the Western Cape Department of Health on their diligent management, hard and dedicated service during the COVID-19 pandemic to the residents of the Western Cape, and that this House further notes that the committee expressed their congratulations gesture to all healthcare workers at every level across all facilities in the Western Cape. I so move.
Yeah.
Thank you, Honorable Philander.
How
Honorable
can you
members,
object if you congratulated them?
thank you.
We congratulate the
Order,
workers, not the department, the workers.
order, honorable members.
Congratulated
Honorable
them.
Philander, noting that there is an objection, the motion will be recorded in the order paper. I now recognize honorable members. Order. I now recognize Honorable Said.
Honorable Speaker, can I start, Honorable Speaker? There's noise.
All right. Thank you, honorable members. Let me just check where the noise is coming from. We need to ensure that there's no noise here. Let me check with the IT quickly. Thank you, honorable members. The feedback from the technical team is that one of the honorable members had the microphone on. Now it has since been muted. Now we may proceed. I now recognize Honorable Said.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I move without notice that this House notes the ongoing unsavory abuse of municipal so-called nuisance bylaws by the City of Cape Town in Buka to suppress and silence worshippers from the practice of their faith and culture in this historic Muslim area of Cape Town. Also notes the complaints against the call to prayer is laid against the Mosque Nurul Huda, one of the oldest in South Africa. Notes one of the Buka's religious leaders, Sheikh Daud Terablan, says that it hurts that people are trying for years now to silence their heritage, and also notes that many residents believe it is not a normal complaint, but part of a concerted effort of intolerance linked to gentrification to squeeze them out of this historic area. I so move.
Thank you, honorable members. Honorable members, are there any objections to the motion being read without notice?
Object.
No.
There is an objection. Order, honorable members. The motion will be recorded in the order paper. I note the hand of the Honorable Mitchell. Honorable
Thank you,
Mitchell,
Chair.
what's your point of order?
Speaker, I just want to clarify, it's not an objection, it's an objection to it being moved without notice, not an objection to the motion itself.
Thank you, Honorable Mitchell. Your clarity has been recorded. Honorable Said, I see your hand.
Chair,
Is there
could
a
I-
point of order?
Yeah, could the Deputy Chief Whip elaborate as to what is the basis for his objection to this being tabled as a motion without notice? Because there was no call for a discussion yet. It was noted.
I see the two deputy
rules.
Order, honorable members. For the information of the House, these are the two deputy chief whips from the either side of the House. So I think you can take it offline. Let me proceed. Now I'm going to recognize Honorable Smith.
Thank you, Chair. Speaker, a motion without notice that the House notes Cape Town Mayor Dan Plato's intent to use taxpayers' money to appeal against a High Court order against breaking down homes or eviction of informal residents during the lockdown period. I so move.
Objection.
Object.
Thank you, honorable members.
What is a fact?
Thank you, honorable members. I note the objection. The motion will be recorded in the order paper. I now recognize Honorable Kama.
Thank you very much, Speaker. On behalf of the African National Congress, I move a motion without notice that the House notes the unwillingness of the DA-run Cape Town Metro Policing Services to account to the National Assembly's Police Portfolio Committee and refuse to appear when invited after one Kailicha resident, Mr. Bulelani Kolani, was undignified, dragged around naked and assaulted on video by law enforcement officers when they evicted him and broke his informal structure down, and denounced the latter to refuse to account, and commends the National Parliament for starting the process to summon the City of Cape Town to force the Metro to account for the way in which the widely criticized situation was handled. I so move.
Object. Get all the facts first.
Thank you. Thank you, honorable members. The objection has been noted. Honorable Kama, your motion will be recorded in the order paper. Honorable members, I now recognize Honorable Smith.
Speaker, I move a motion without notice that the House notes the Honorable DA Leader Ivan Meyer's son, Ivan Meyer Jr., has been appointed in a senior position as Assistant Director in the Department of Environmental Affairs and Integrated Development Planning of the Western Cape Provincial Government under MEC Meyer's colleague. The Honorable MEC Anton Bedell notes that Meyer Jr. was appointed during the strictest COVID-19 lockdown period, and that this appointment is viewed by some as nepotism. I so move.
Object. Small children get work of ministers.
Thank you, honorable members. Objection has been noted. The motion will be printed in the order paper. I now recognize Honorable Kama.
Thank you, Speaker. On behalf of the ANC, I want to move a motion without notice that this House notes a case of attempted murder is investigated after a sergeant on regular patrol was shot in Wallasdene on Saturday. I so move.
Thank you, Honorable Kama. Honorable members, are there any objections to the motion being read without notice?
No.
Thank you, honorable members. I now the motion is carried. I now recognize Honorable Dagmo.
Thank you, Speaker. On behalf of the ANC, I move without notice that this legislature commiserates with the family, the friends, and the comrades of the 55-year-old human rights activist, ANC Member of Parliament and judicial reformer, Advocate Hisham Mohammed, who died suddenly on Monday due to a heart attack, and further that this House acknowledges that Advocate Mohammed assisted greatly in our country's transformation from starting as a prosecutor to heading the Provincial Department of Justice and Constitutional Reform for almost 3 decades, and played a big role to have mobile courts in certain areas and established in Khayelitsha, Philippi, and Yanga to give fair access to all vulnerable communities, and notes that this servant leader was a whip for the Justice Committee in the National Assembly and the constituency head for the ANC in the southern suburbs at the time of his passing. I so move.
Thank you, Honorable the Leader of the Opposition. Honorable members, are there any objections to the motion being read without notice?
No objections. Pity the ANC comes so late with it.
Thank you. Thank you, honorable members. No objections. Motion agreed to. Honorable members are now recognized. Honorable Smith. Honorable members, I recognize Honorable Smith. All right, let's move to Honorable the Leader of the Opposition.
Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Smith. Are you back? You are welcome. Please take the podium, Honorable Smith.
Yeah, apologies, Speaker. I just got disconnected for a period there. I move a motion without notice that the House notes the resounding legal victory of one Bulelani of Khayelitsha, supported amongst others by the South African Human Rights Commission in the High Court against the Cape Metro Council and its anti-land invasion unit, as well as the police, to not evict, break down, or confiscate occupying residents' property during the COVID-19 lockdown, unless by a valid court order, and in which case people must be treated with dignity in accordance with the Constitution. And notes this follows after Bulelani was dragged naked from his shelter and repeatedly assaulted by Metro law enforcement officers. The interdict prescribes minimum force only, the return of Bulelani's building material, and a minimum compensation of 2,000 rand per affected person. And lastly, Cape Town must pay the cost of the case. I so move.
Object.
Objection.
Thank you, honorable members. Honorable Smith, there is an objection. The motion will be printed in the order paper. I now recognize Honorable the Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you very much, Speaker. On behalf of the ANC, I move without notice that this House commiserates once more with the family, the friends of the retired provincial politician, Mr. Piet Meyer, who died on Saturday due to pneumonia after 2 days at the Durbanville Hospital, and further notes that the 80-year-old Meyer was a Deputy Speaker of this legislature, MEC for Health and also Transport, and head of South Africa's diplomatic mission to Taipei, that prior to joining the legislature, he served in the government of national unity as the Deputy Minister for Agriculture. I so move.
Thank you, Honorable the Leader of the Opposition. Honorable members, are there any objections to the motion being read without notice?
No objection.
No. Is that an objection?
No objection.
Thank you, honorable members. No objections. Motion agreed to. I now recognize Honorable Kama.
Thank you, Speaker. On behalf of the ANC, I move a motion without notice that this House notes police are still investigating a Valhalla Park accident on Wednesday when a car plugged into people, killing a 5-year-old boy and injuring another of 10 years. I so move.
Thank you, Honorable Kama. Are there any objections, honorable members, to the motion? No objections. Motion agreed to. I now recognize Honorable Mkondlo.
Thank you, Nkosi Somlomo.
Let me move on behalf of the African National Congress that the House notes that early this month, National Treasury released technical guidelines that must be followed by government departments and public institutions as they prepare the midterm budget estimates for 2021 budget process. This is in line with National Finance Minister Tito Mbowene's earlier instruction regarding a zero-based budgeting approach to ensure the effective use of shrinking state resources, and request that the Honorable MEC of Finance, David Mainir, declare what form will the zero-based budgeting approach take in the province and which areas of spending will be affected, and if any consideration will be made to protect the vulnerable and poor during this tight fiscal environment. I so move.
Objection,
Thank
we deal
you.
with that in the second budget anyway.
Thank you, honorable members. Honorable Mkondo, noting the objection, the motion will be recorded in the order paper. I now recognize Honorable Kama.
Thank you, Speaker. On behalf of the ANC, I would want to move a motion without notice that the House notes a 30-year-old man was killed on Sunday and one of 25 injured when attackers shot at a taxi in Vrygrond. I so move.
Thank you, Honorable Kama. Honorable members, are there any objections to the motion being read without notice? No objections. Motion agreed to. Honorable members are now recognized. Honorable Mkondo.
Thank you, Speaker. I move on behalf of the African National Congress that the House supports the protest march by black wine businesses calling for transformation of their industry, reiterates the snail pace of this 49 billion GDP contributor and second biggest exporter of agri-product in our economy to transform, as the reality of 2% black land ownership and 0% black-owned seller continues to hamper any meaningful participation of black wine producers, let alone processing activities in the value chain, and calls on the Competition Commission to investigate undertake a market inquiry investigating the uncompetitive practice and models in this industry, including if the current business model of black brands realizes true meaning of transformation or is just established as a historically white-owned wine brands bottled with a black name or label. I so move.
Object.
Yeah.
Thank you, Honorable Mkondo. Objection is noted, honorable members, and the motion will be printed in the order paper. I now recognize Honorable Syed.
Honorable Speaker, I move without notice that the House notes the most unusual step by the Honorable Education MEC Debbie Schaefer to issue a circular letter to all and sundry to defend the irregular extension of a head of department Brian Schroeder's appointment beyond retirement age and without working through the legislature, as the Constitutional Watchdog Institute, the Public Service Commission, found, and that this is unnecessarily dragging the name of a competent and hard-working head of department through the mud. I thank you.
Objection.
Object.
Thank you, honorable members. Honorable Said, there is an objection to your motion, and it will thus be recorded in the order paper. I now recognize Honorable Mkondo.
Thank you, Speaker. I move without notice that the House applauds efforts in Khayelitsha sub-district against COVID-19, as already on level 2, the recorded cases have gone down in this sub-district, thus moving from level 2 from alert level 5 and now sitting at number 6 of the 8 sub-districts of the metro. Further calls on the ad hoc committee on COVID-19 to receive reports and discuss the lessons learned in this area and to share these with other sub-districts. Further notes the situation at the Tygerberg sub-district that has remained number 1 since the end of alert level 5 to date, with Eastern and Southern moving up to number 2 and 3 respectively in their reported cases to date, and calls for cause for concern and urgent report from both political and administrative champions of these sub-districts as per the hotspot strategy in the province and the city. I so move.
Speaker,
Thank you.
I've dropped that without notice.
Thank you.
That's what I'm objecting
Thank
for.
you,
I'm objecting on
honourable
that part.
members. All right, thank you.
How can you object
Thank you,
without
thank
a
you,
notice?
Honourable the Minister of Health. Thank you. Honourable members, there is an objection. The motion, Honourable Nkonto, will be recorded in the order paper. I now recognize Honourable Said.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Speaker, can you hear me? I think I lost connection.
Yes, you are connected, Honourable Said. Please proceed.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I move without notice that the legislature welcomes the fact that subsequent to the ANC raising the problems with failed payments over months to a small Boland company for security services at schools in the Cape Winelands, the issue was addressed by the Honorable MEC Schaefer with remedial action to follow, that the ANC thanks the minister in the province and her team, and that we encourage further critical yet constructive oversight relations going forward. I so move.
Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Said. Honourable members, are there any objection to the motion? No objections. Motion agreed to. I now recognize Honourable Nkontlo.
Apologies. Yes, Speaker, I think my fourth motion is the one that is still to be decided upon because it was a motion with notice.
I'll come back to that as we conclude.
Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Nkontlo. Honourable members, I recognize Honourable Kama.
Thank you, Speaker. On behalf of the ANC, I rise that this House notes at least 5 families of 8 victims killed 2 years ago in an explosive reminiscent of the explosion disaster in Lebanon, have asked the public protector to investigate the Makaza events for maladministration, negligence, and improper conduct since the killer explosion at that Rheinmetall Denel munition plant. I so move.
Thank you, Honourable Kama. Honourable members, are there any objections to the motion being read without notice? No objections. Motion agreed to. Now, Honourable members, I wish to announce that motion number 15 by Honourable Makamba Boja. I'm going to come back to this one and provide a ruling in the next sitting. There were 2 motions, one by Honourable Nkontlo, where Honourable Nkontlo's motion was somewhat mixed up in the motions without notices, whereas it is a motion with notice or a notice of a motion. I wish to grant Honourable Nkontlo the opportunity to deliver the motion with notice. Honourable Nkontlo, I recognize you.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I move a motion with notice that the House mandates the Honourable MEC David Mynheer to present a full report of the results of the provincial government economic recovery achieved in all the declared COVID-19 hotspots areas since alert level 5 to date. I so move.
Thank you, Honourable Nkontlo. Honourable members, there was a motion by Honourable the Leader of the Opposition. Having consulted with the table staff, I now rule that the motion is admissible and therefore sustains. The motion is in order and consistent with the rules of order. Now, that, Honourable members, is the last on the motions, and that then concludes the business of the day, and the House is now adjourned. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, Honourable Premier and Honourable members.
Speaker.